Romano, James Stewart, Del Teague,
Here.
Tommy Torres,
He's having problems signing in.
William Vega,
Here.
Maria Vieira,
Present.
Stephen Weidberg,
Here.
Simon Weiser,
Frank Carbone is here, Jerry.
And I just had to log back on because it just separated. This is Tom Burrows.
23, including Mr. Burrows.
Sorry.
You got Frank Carbone, Jerry?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, my friend.
Jerry, did you get Argento? I was having
Gino Argento, I have you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Simon Weiser.
Simon Weiser's in the house.
Jerry, it's Del Teague. Did you get me? Jerry?
25 members. Yeah, I got you first time, Del.
Thanks. I wasn't sure. Thanks.
25 members answering the call, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Sorry, Jerry. It's Eric. I'm here as well. I'm sorry.
Okay, 26.
Sorry. Thanks.
Is there anybody else here that wasn't here when the roll was called? Is there anybody else that's here that wasn't here when the roll was called? Okay, let's continue. Thank you so much, Jerry.
I see Dana online, but she didn't answer the call.
Okay, yeah, we know she was online.
Yeah, here. Say hi.
Okay, here now. Thank you.
Yeah, there's a lot of disconnecting going on.
Yeah, Jerry, Tish is on the phone.
Okay, Tish, thank you. Nice to see you.
All right, I'm on the phone. Okay.
Good to hear you, Tish.
Okay.
Good evening, everybody, again. Is Senator Kavanaugh here? He's not here yet? Okay, the first item on the agenda is the presentation of Department of City Planning, update on text amendment being made to the zoning for coastal flooding resilience. Saret Placken.
Okay, I'm here, just can't unmute.
We can hear you.
Hi there, this is Sari Placken. I have a PDF that I would love to share. Sorry for not sharing this in advance. Can I share this with you now at the BKO1 email address?
Is it possible that we could get permission on the WebEx? Sorry, this is Katie Ferrara. I'm presenting with Sari this evening.
Okay. Ms. Placken, I know you emailed me and asked me for some extra time. We're going to let you go a little extra, but please be as brief as possible.
Sure, no problem. As far as sharing a presentation, it doesn't look like I'm able to share a document right now. Can I email it to someone who has those abilities, or is there someone who can allow me to change my abilities, my permissions, so that I can share a document while I present?
Which email are you using? Which email are you using to access the meeting? So I'm going to try to get you on.
I'm on splatkin at planning.nyc.gov.
Okay.
Thank you.
While that's being worked on, I will just briefly introduce this work, and we will, as mentioned, try to be as brief as possible, but this is an extensive amount of work that's gone in essentially since the year after Hurricane Sandy, with the goal of having zoning text applicable throughout the city's floodplain and beyond to prepare for future coastal flooding risk across the city. It's involved a lot of lessons learned from this community and others from the parts of the temporary text that was put in place as an emergency response for building back after Sandy. We thank everybody that's been involved. I know there's many familiar faces who've worked on this quite a bit together with the Department of City Planning and others. And we thank you for your time tonight and for the last several years. And I just want to make clear one thing, which is while we are for the presentation tonight, the request following this is that the board, along with all the other community boards across the city right now, this is referred out citywide. So we're asking for recommendations to be submitted to the City Planning Commission on this text, the full version of which we sent to you by email. Let us know if you need another link to that. The comments on that are being requested by December 28th. So you have, fairly early briefing here. If you want to vote and make a recommendation tonight, that's fine. If we need extra time beyond this to discuss, we're happy to come back. But thank you for your time tonight. And I will pass it off to Sarit, who it looks like got her screen up.
Great. Thanks so much, Katie. Good evening, everyone. And thank you so much for giving me the chance to present tonight. I hope everyone is well and safe given everything going on right now. As mentioned before, I'm Sarit Platkin, a planner in the Brooklyn office at City Planning. I'm also the liaison to Community Board 1, here with Katie, the former liaison to the board as well. And she's also a member of our resiliency team at City Planning. So we're here tonight to discuss zoning for coastal flood resiliency, a project which has been discussed here with the board in the past and is currently being updated and is currently in ULURP, as Katie mentioned. I'll be going through all of the changes to the proposed zoning text and also discussing the community board's role as it advances through the public review process. And I'll also be sure to kind of share resources for you to be able to follow up and kind of see additional information and read and kind of learn more on your own afterwards. So what is zoning for coastal flood resiliency? It's essentially a set of recommendations for a citywide zoning text amendment that would improve upon and make permanent existing temporary zoning rules that were adopted on an emergency basis after Hurricane Sandy. So the goal at the time of the adoption of these rules during Hurricane Sandy was really to facilitate post-storm rebuilding by allowing building owners the option to design or retrofit their buildings to be safer in the long term. And we still have these rules, these emergency rules in place today, and they apply to kind of new and substantially improved buildings in the city's floodplain. However, since 2013, we have found that, some of these rules are effective and others are not as effective. And we've been kind of reviewing and going back to see what needs to be fixed and to ensure that, as these rules become a permanent part of our zoning, they are overall effective. So, the idea here really is to provide kind of flexible provisions in the zoning that make it easier for buildings in flood-prone areas to become safer. And also in doing so, we can't only make, it's not only about making the building stock of New York City safer, but also making it more able to withstand future flood events. And we can make it easier for building owners as well through these new rules to make it easier for them to comply with the federal requirements for floodplain construction that are reflected in New York City's building code, and in turn save on flood insurance costs. So what will this proposal do? We have 4 overarching goals, as you can see here, on a number of, as well as a number of specific recommendations that fall under each one of them. We're going to go through all of them today. And the goals are really directly shaped in response to ongoing outreach that our agency has been doing since 2013, and is really informed by the issues that we've kind of seen in communities in flood-prone areas during this time, issues that these communities are still facing. So goal number 1 is to encourage flood resiliency throughout the city's current and future floodplains and allow buildings to be built to precautionary standards that take into account increasing flood risk. Zoning for coastal flood resiliency would expand the applicability of the current text to a broader set of buildings that could be exposed to flooding in the event of coastal storms. And it takes into account buildings that would face flood risk in the future in 2050, not just today, which is what the current regulations account for. So it would allow the city to advance resiliency in the longer term, as it would permit those living in these areas to proactively undertake resiliency improvements, even if it's not required by the building code. The next goal is to support long-term resilient design of all building types by offering flexibility in the zoning framework. And we have a lot of different types of buildings within the city's floodplain, so it's really critical that we, provide enough flexibility in zoning to address all of them.
Sorry, we just have a request coming in the comments. Can you close that sidebar so that it appears a little bit bigger on the screen and make make it full screen if possible? Yeah, we're not seeing everything, but just if you could make it as large as possible, that's fine.
Sure.
We will also share this afterward if there's any more detail on the slides that we're going to be able to talk through in 15 minutes.
Unfortunately, I can't share. I can't do full screen right now because I do have some other things open.
Could you just close the create PDF bar there? Click on that side arrow so that it expands within the window.
Sure.
Oh, that's it. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. Great. Okay, so we were here. Excellent. So we were talking about the second goal, to support long-term resilient design of different building types. So these rules would allow building owners to physically elevate habitable spaces and other building support features above expected flood elevations by offering more flexibility with building height, yards, and floor area. So it would essentially allow buildings to be made more resilient without putting homeowners in a difficult position of having to choose between keeping their whole building versus making their homes more resilient. And then another change in terms of building envelope would be around ground floors. This set of rules would help promote good long-term resilient design of buildings and how they meet the sidewalk. So through floor area exemptions, the proposed rules would encourage internal access and active uses to be kept at the sidewalk level as much as possible for floodplain communities to continue to be vibrant and accessible. And then in terms of streetscape, these allowances can only be used if buildings fully meet Appendix G to ensure that buildings meet full resiliency standards. So in addition to that, to ensure that resilient buildings contribute to their surroundings, we'd be mandating that a set of streetscape requirements are met related to ground floor level design of resilient buildings and ensuring that that is improved. The third goal is about allowing for adaptation over time through partial resiliency strategies. We know that it isn't always practical or feasible to fully retrofit a building by elevating it or dry floodproofing it, but we think that there should be enough flexibility in zoning to allow for partial resilience strategies. So what that could look like are things like this example here that is definitely relevant in Community District 1, where we permit, allow special permissions for mezzanines in industrial buildings. So a big portion of the floodplain contains businesses that offer either neighborhood services or that are a part of a large industrial economy of the city. And, many of these businesses can't really be completely elevated or dry flood proofed and may need to prioritize, specific kinds of spaces to be raised out of harm's way. So, key spaces such as, offices or storage rooms would allow to be elevated above flood levels through and that, can offer the necessary support immediately after a storm event and reduce the business disruption. And then also in many areas of the city, such as Greenpoint Williamsburg, zoning requires waterfront sites to provide waterfront access. And, in a wider range of sites at the city's water's edge, the grade of such waterfront yard or required visual corridor can't be modified. This new proposal, would continue to offer flexibility for grading to occur and facilitate other resiliency measures such as soft shorelines that would help account for sea level rise. we're instituting changes to the waterfront public access area requirements that would, really push developments to be more forward-looking and protect and maintain parks as public resources long-term, while increasing the flexibility to adapt to pressures of sea level rise. So a few of the examples of what that looks like, you can see here that we are allowing for, flexibility in grading requirements, terracing, changing the visual corridor plane, relaxing planting and buffer depths, and then also encouraging a diverse array of shoreline treatments. Here's zooming in on one of those examples, the 5-level or elevated walkway, which would include, a path both close to the water as well as an elevated one for times when the high tide affects the lower walkway. And we know this is, relevant given the extensive waterfront access throughout the community and anticipated future waterfront access. So the last goal is to facilitate future storm recovery by removing regulatory obstacles. And here, rules that assist, these are rules that would assist with the reconstruction of damaged buildings after a future storm or other type of emergency should be readily accessible to expedite the city's response and recovery. And the goal applies to rules that would mostly be on the city-wide level. A couple of examples, Hurricane Sandy showed us how a storm's effects can go, beyond the floodplain, especially across our energy grid. And this proposal would allow power systems, generators, solar energy systems, fuel cells, batteries, all of it to be considered permitted obstructions in areas across all zoning districts to facilitate their installment. Another example would be ADA access. In addition to ensuring that all areas of the city can easily provide ADA access, the proposal would classify both ramps and lifts as permitted obstructions in all required open areas to facilitate accessible designs. And so, that's the overview of this proposal. In terms of next steps, the citywide text amendment is being referred out to community boards, borough presidents, city council, the full ULERT process. Community boards are being asked to submit their recommendations to city planning by December 28th. So there's still some time, and we're here to answer questions tonight, and we'll be available to answer questions between now and December 28th. More information about this is also available on our website. You can read the full text there. I know you've all been provided materials already, but we're happy to provide any additional information that would be helpful. And thank you for the time. But we're here to answer any additional questions. Believe it or not, this is sort of the short version of this.
Sarit, I think you have controls. I lost my controls here, so you have to turn that back.
Okay, no problem.
Lost control.
Happy to return the control. 1 second. Let me just get situated here. Sorry. 1 second. Trying to. Okay, well, I stopped sharing. I don't know if that also.
See, you still have the presenter. You have to turn that roll back to me.
Okay, 1 second. Let me Is that just on
as long as you have the little ball there, I can't do anything.
Sorry, I've been using Zoom more than WebEx, so just give me a second here.
function through the panel, the participants list? I'm not seeing the same screen as Sarit.
Meantime, if anybody have any questions, please put them in the chat or raise your hands and we'll try to get to you once we get the technical difficulty solved.
Great. Yeah, happy to talk through any questions. Yeah.
Working with John to try to access the chat. I can't see anything, guys. Is there any questions? Anybody can help me out here?
Still see the chat. Things coming in the chat or Q&A. Yeah.
Chairperson, I cannot access it. I'm working with Joanne to try to figure it out.
Okay, well, anybody got a question they want to raise their hand?
Chairperson Fuller, this is Willis. I'd raise my hand. I have a question.
Okay, go ahead, Willis.
The question is just about, thank you, Sarit, for the presentation. You know, one of the issues we had is that with raising some of the elevations along the shorelines, we have in some places lost the opportunity to have real waterfront access. Greenpoint Landing, for instance, came through right after Sandy and you know, pushed through a change to their site, and you know, it's positive because it protects them from storm surge and sea level rise. On the other hand, it has physically removed the community from being able to have close access to the East River. And so I'm wondering if you all could speak to the dynamic and how zoning regulations don't prevent people from having a close relationship. There's great examples in places like Long Island City, where resiliency is built into the shoreline, so it's built to flood, and then other plans like the for Manhattan, the city's trying to do, is elevating and losing this tidal connection to the waters that surround it.
Katie, can you answer?
Yes, yeah, I think Sarit has stepped off to get the permissions in line, but I can speak to that. Thank you for the question, Willis. It's kind of speaks to the extent and detail that we haven't really had a chance to get into tonight of the proposed text changes to 6200 of the zoning, which defines the waterfront access regulations and what those shoreline looks like in those waterfront public access areas. And it's not only about raising. Oops. There are elements we highlighted about expanding the ability, making more flexible the ability to raise the visual corridor and parts of the shoreline. But as Sarit mentioned, there's also additional permissiveness for soft shorelines, as well as an optional adjustment to where the shoreline's measured from to accommodate more flexibly the tidal changes actually entering part of the site. And so we've tried to add in as much flexibility as a site might be able to take advantage of there, knowing that a combination of shoreline and hard infrastructure will be necessary among the options for these sites.
Successful.
Sorry?
Yeah.
Hi.
Supposed to give me 10% off.
Is some-
Because that's what me and Ron agreed to.
So
Somebody's on the phone that's interfering with the meeting. Please mute your mics if you're not speaking.
It's Chair Chella. It's Chair
I'm
Chella.
sorry. I'm here, Madam Chair. I'm sorry. I was talking to my wife. I'm sorry. I'm present. I'm having a hard time going in and out. Thank you.
Sarit, could you sign out and try to sign back in? Because I think you're holding up the I can't do anything because you got the presenter.
Is there any other questions that maybe Katie can answer?
Hey, Alice, can you hear me? Jan?
Yes, Jan.
I guess my question is that it'll sound probably, I mean, it may not sound like it's directly related to what you're doing. I mean, it's on resilience. In the plan for the city, we're looking at infrastructure and buildings and, I mean, did you highlight any particular areas in the Williamsburg Greenpoint area that besides the waterfront that you think is really prone to flooding and other things that you're looking at? I mean, what are our most important areas that need attention? That's one. And the other is, how does this relate to, does the planning, do you have any role, or who does, in helping people that are living in the community work out their own evacuation and other plans? People begin to prepare, keep having disaster. How are we being prepared? With Red Cross is certainly not doing it. So do you have any role in connecting what you're doing to people, leaving people doing things, people organizing for resilience themselves?
Yeah, absolutely. Those are great questions. So just to take a step back, thinking about where this proposal fits in with the city's goals and range of work on the goal of resiliency, it really is a multiple lines of defense approach is how we think of it. And this particular aspect, what Department of City Planning can do through the zoning code, is really about buildings and homes and property, and finding ways to ensure that these investments that people make in their property can help them withstand the risk of flooding in the long term and recover quickly. But that's of course only one part of the investment and the city has together with the state and federal government for things like shoreline infrastructure, drainage work, as well as emergency preparedness. So talking about preparing individuals for maybe something like evacuation or recovery. These are things that we do work together on messaging with our New York State Office of Emergency Management, among others, so that people often have questions about flood insurance and not only how they can get it, but how they can reduce the cost to them, and we have resources and we can connect people with information on that. It's kind of in addition to the zoning goals that we have here that are kind of before you tonight, but it is something that we think about all together as a defense preparedness for resiliency. In terms of the areas that are kind of most at risk or need attention, in terms of the risk of coastal flooding, I can share a link here. Actually, we have maps up of each community district. We have them online. And probably the most important one that you'll want to take a look at is the first one in this package. I will send a link. I kind of can't talk and type at the same time, but I will send it in the chat to make sure that you take a look at where the expanded area is. If today we regulate in what's called the 1% chance floodplain. So some might call it a 100-year storm. It's kind of the high-risk flood area. And a lot of the provisions that Sarit described tonight, the goal here is to expand many of those provisions, in most cases, at least in part, to homes and properties that exist within the 0.2% chance or 500-year floodplain, both because many of those are areas that already experience coastal flooding to a degree. Many did during Sandy and other storms since then. And also because as we look ahead in a changing climate, those are the areas that are most likely to become part of FEMA's high-risk flood zone decades in the future. So I can share that map, but you have an idea of where these regulations are supposed to be applicable based on risk of coastal flooding.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? Katie has a question. I believe that the huge East River Flood Control Project has a hard edge raised shoreline. If so, why is this? If you are recommending soft edge shorelines, I know Willis asked something similar, but could you address that project in particular? Katie Napodowski.
I can't necessarily give all of the details about the East Side Coastal Resiliency Infrastructure Project. We can get you information on that if it's like a follow-up conversation you'd like to have. I just can't claim to be the expert on that work. Overall, that fits in within kind of the multiple lines of defense approach that I was sharing. So the east side, that's going to be eventually more protected by the investment that's going on, at least in the case of some types of storms. We'll also be getting these same zoning changes or the same zoning amendment, text amendment for their floodplain as we're discussing tonight. And the idea is that in areas, it's appropriate to have kind of multiple lines of defense. So we will continue to have storms and events that can cause flooding, and we don't want to depend on just quality buildings or just the infrastructure that happens to be in that portion of the coast or of the neighborhood. So these are work that we're taking on, kind of layering on top of each other. I think that you mentioned shelf edge shorelines. The infrastructure project is a bit different than what we're anticipating individual property owners are going to do on their waterfront public access areas. And we know after the last several years, especially many of the property owners that actually own land up to the shoreline and have to develop those waterfront public access areas are interested in having the flexibility to put those soft shoreline elements in. And that allowance is being proposed in this text.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? Thank you so much, Sarith and Katie. I really appreciate you coming. Thank you so much. Be well, be safe, and stay healthy. Have a good evening.
Yeah, you too. Folks should feel free to reach out to us with any follow-up questions. We're always available.
Thank you so much, Sarith.
Take care.
Okay, have a good evening. Senator Kavanaugh. Understand Senator Kavanaugh is here.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. I'm not sure why the video isn't coming, but sometimes the sound works better when we do it. So maybe people can just imagine my appearance before you in the video aspect of that. But thank you all for convening the board tonight and for the opportunity to speak with you briefly. I think at your last meeting, I was around for a bit, and there was some delay. I think my staff presented, but it's great to be with you in person tonight. So just a few updates. As the Senate Housing Chair, I continue to focus very much on the housing aspects of the COVID-19 crisis, with the goal of making sure that this ongoing public health crisis, that's also a financial crisis for a lot of our households and families, doesn't become a homelessness and an eviction crisis. We have pushed to keep a moratorium on evictions in place. Starting in March. The most recent version of this is not a complete moratorium. It has been extended in various ways by administrative orders of the courts and by the governor. I continue to urge for what I call a blanket moratorium, no evictions at all for the duration of the pandemic. And I have legislation to that effect that I want to pass if we can't persuade the governor to reinstate the blanket moratorium. But in the meantime, there is still a great deal of protection in place, and tenants should understand that they should, check with attorneys. The city has a hotline that anybody can use, and roughly speaking, if there was a petition filed before November 3rd, you should have substantial protections at least through the end of the year, such that cases may proceed, but evictions are quite unlikely to take place. People who responded after November 3rd, people who have a new petition filed after November 3rd may have a more immediate, a more sort of standard time to respond. But in any case, evictions, the eviction should not be taking place for people who have a hardship, for whom the reason that the eviction is being sought is because they're unable to pay the rent if they had a financial hardship. It has gotten, unfortunately, more complicated than I believe it should be, but we are still monitoring that and pushing for the the most tenant protection we can get going forward. If people, especially constituents from the district, have any questions or concerns about their situation, they should contact our office, or obviously other elected officials can help connect them with advice and resources. We've also been focused very much on the small business situation. We know that the small business really are the anchors of our communities, and they're really struggling to stay open and pay rent and their other expenses, including property taxes. We did take legislative action to give the city broad discretion to reduce or delay property taxes or waive fees. So far, the city has not taken very broad steps in that area. But we have, in the meantime, proposed an additional piece of legislation that I've been working on with Yuleen New in the Assembly and Council members Brad Lander and Keith Powers in the City Council that will create what we're calling a small business recovery lease program. This would be the proposal is that the city would restructure and reduce property taxes for an extended period up to 10 years. And in exchange for that, the landlord, property owner would extend an affordable lease that restructures any existing arrears and provides for stability and affordability for our small businesses, also over a 10-year period. So the idea is the state would authorize that, and then the details of that would be worked out at the city council, because ultimately it would be a city tax program. But the state, we've been working to get support for this in the state so that we can, pass the legislation as soon as we're back in session. I know there's been safety concerns in the neighborhood around the BQE, and some folks living in spaces under and around that. We have been working closely with Breaking Ground and DHS and the Office of Health and Mental Health to ensure that people have access to the service they need, and to make sure there are cleanups, and we're keeping everybody as safe as we can, including obviously people who find themselves living in that circumstance, and also making sure people in our community feel safe, and that order is being maintained as well. There was a cleanup in early October. I think it was the 7th, and we're continuing to monitor the situation. So please, and work with the community board. So please do reach out to our office if you're listening and you have concerns about that. We're also planning a North Brooklyn Town Hall soon. We don't have a date yet, but we're expecting the Senate office will hold a town hall meeting specifically focused on North Brooklyn. So we'll be getting information about a date about that out very soon. We expect it'll likely be in early December at this point. There's obviously a lot more going on. We continue to monitor the infection rates and the other data around COVID. So far, none of the so-called red zones are anywhere in my Senate district or in our community, but the overall infection rate is going up. Gradually, we're in a position that would be envious from the perspective of other states, but it is becoming a real concern. So just continue to urge people to take as much precautions, social distancing, and especially avoiding indoor gatherings and wearing masks as needed. I think I will stop there. I know you have a long meeting and lots of folks. I'm happy to take questions if people have them.
Tom Burrows has a question.
Yes. The senator mentioned working with community boards to deal with the issue under the BQE and the homeless issues. As chair of the Public Safety and Human Services Committee, who just had a meeting with all of my committee members who are very, very concerned about what's going on in the BQE, that's news to me.
Really?
Yep.
Okay. I know my staff has had conversations with the city and the state agencies. I thought
the city is not the community board. The state agencies are not the community board. We are the community board.
That's why I'm here, Tom. And I thought we had also had conversations with you, but I stand corrected, and I will call you. I'll call you tomorrow or Thursday if you want to take the holiday.
And I'm hoping that the assembly office, new assembly person, will be active with this as well.
We should talk with her as well. I can reach out to her if you'd like as well.
Well, we have a meeting on December. We have a meeting coming up where we're trying to get the city to show up. So maybe somebody from your office can show up, which is December the 3rd.
Okay.
specifically about this issue.
We will certainly be there, and if we can be helpful in trying to get the city to show, we'd be happy to do that as well.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Jan Peterson has a question.
Yeah, just one is that obviously we still have an assemblyman that is in office until the end of December that can help. But my question is that two things. One is when we are looking at the bottom line in terms of the COVID, and we're talking about issues like eviction and others, I hope we're also talking about issues like daycare centers and senior centers, because one is we're hearing that there's talks of cut with daycare, and these are vital services. We are in a community that has a lot of seniors that have been shut in for a very long time, and we have to really have new thinking about, and I'm not going to go into that now because this is just a quick question, but I want to reframe. We have to open up some of these community centers and other places and make them safe for seniors to be able to use them and get out of their apartments. So there's other emergencies. And the last is that you mentioned about the non-eviction. When you are aware that our community has a lot of small landlords. I'm one of them, I suppose. And when people are talking about no evictions, how are you dealing with the fact that probably the people that charge the least in our neighborhood for rent are the small landlords in these 2 or 3 family houses that have been living with people for 20, 30, 40 years? That's it.
Yep. Let me take that. Let's just take them in sequence. First of all, I agree with you. We need to make sure we are supporting senior centers, daycare centers, other community facilities. And that is going to be challenging if the budget situation at both the city and the state level continues to be as bleak as it is right now. We've lost massive revenue at both levels, and that's one of the reasons we're pushing very hard for the next federal stimulus to include not only rent relief, which I mentioned, and I'll talk about again in a second, but also relief for the fiscal situation of our state and our city, because otherwise, the situation where lots of tax revenues have been reduced for legitimate reasons is going to make it very hard for us to pay those costs. So we're hoping that the next round of this really is much better. I also do think with the result, I know this is a nonpartisan gathering, but I think the results of next year of last Tuesday's elections bode well in terms of having a robust response, and particularly a White House that believes in supporting the efforts of state and local government. On the housing, I have taken an approach that really is intended to, I'm quite aware that many small landlords are struggling as well as their tenants, and that small landlords play a critical role in providing housing for folks. And you're right, like integrated into the community and often more affordable than larger landlords. My approach to this short term, I believe that it is not appropriate to have evictions going on right now, given the pandemic, just like many other activities that we are delaying and shutting down. I think the activity of putting people out on the curb against their will is just not warranted at this time. I recognize that causes hardship for landlords that are trying to do their best. Longer term, I think we need a program to pay the rent. And I have proposed such a program. Again, we're looking for I've joined a very large group of people who are pushing for $100 billion to be allocated nationally for relief. New York might get as much as $10 billion of that. That's our request. And with a program like that, we ought to be able to pay the rent of all the people who have had difficulty because of COVID paying their rent, and that will give the tenants stability in their homes and peace of mind, and relieve them of a long-term financial burden. But it'll also allow the landlords to be able to pay their mortgages and their property taxes and their maintenance and all the other expenses they have. So I really have been pushing that as a balanced approach. It's ambitious, but I think it reflects the needs of landlords and tenants. I've been less a proponent of the so-called cancel rent movement, because I think it sort of begs the question of how these expenses are going to get covered.
Thank you. Steve Chesler.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator, for connecting tonight. Appreciate it. Continuing on the the financial resources and helping renters and everything else. I'm just wondering, if there's any movement on the state generating revenue on their own through wealth distribution, through taxing the 1%, and like peer to tax and like the stock transfer refund repeal, which would generate billions. If there's any movement on those, which would help that too.
Yeah, we both houses of the letters. I certainly take this position, and the leader of the Senate and of the Assembly, who based on last week's election, still appear to be leading their respective majorities. We won't have a change in control of the House of the Legislature, but we are committed to raising revenue as part of a package. I just caution people that the many billions of dollars that we're going to need are not going to come just from instant tax increases. So I support, I've long supported, I voted for personal income tax surcharge on very rich people at various times over the years as an Assembly member. I continue to support revenue enhancement and everybody paying their fair share. But we need both that and a substantial infusion of money from the federal government that has an ability to borrow and spend in a deficit mode that we just don't have at the state and local level. So I should have mentioned also that we're committed to revenue because it is an important point, but we're going to need many billions of dollars from the federal government as well.
Thank you. Joe Gross.
Yes, good afternoon. Would like to know if any protection is for commercial renters. Any protection from eviction?
Yeah, so there is an eviction moratorium in place for commercial renters as well. It's actually more straightforward at the moment than the residential one, which has sort of complicated assessment of the timing of the underlying arrears and the hardship and how it relates to the lack of ability to pay rent. But there is an eviction moratorium. I don't want to. They've been extended a few times. I don't want to quote the date off the top of my head. I should know it, but I can get back to you about the specifics of that. But that is something that the governor has extended periodically throughout the crisis, and it is in place at the moment. And just to note, we're going to have the same issue with lots of people having rent arrears, and so the program I mentioned is intended to try to address that at least partially and make sure that our businesses have the resources necessary to to sort of to stick around after this crisis is over.
Thank you. Santa Michelli.
Good evening. You mentioned before, you remind us, this is more in regard to COVID and safety. You remind us about wearing masks, avoid public gathering, and so infection rates going up, but my question is something so visible, there was an article on the New York Times, so it's general common knowledge, is something we experience every day. And it's in regard mostly of a restaurant and the outdoor dining initiative and the structures. They were supposed to be open structure. The whole idea was to have an open outdoor space for the proper, health reason. But lately they're all becoming, today I was walking, everybody was building, was putting plastic, glasses, windows either, so they're becoming practically indoor structure. They're in closed space, already scientists have spoken about this. It makes no sense, and what are we going to do? Because it's something we've been seeing for a while, and beyond the distance, so nobody's definitely respect the 6 feet, so it's something for somebody like me that I've been very religiously respectful, of this rule, because I believe they are fundamentally important, for our next future and our recovery. But I don't see anybody enforcing this, so can we do something? Nobody's monitoring, nobody's controlling. It seems now there is such a huge build out.
Can you please ask your question?
Please, the question is, what can be done? Because this is something that hasn't been taken control of, and people is investing money to do work they shouldn't do.
It's an important point. I think we should, a lot of the enforcement so far has been about crowds of people not obeying masking rules and social distance. But I think it's a fair point that if structures are, if supposedly temporary outdoor shelters are built in such a way that they end up effectively being enclosed spaces and they just happen to be on the street or the sidewalk, that doesn't help much. Let me inquire whether the city is doing inspections of various kinds on an ongoing basis, and so is the state liquor authority for places that are selling alcohol. But let me actually inquire about the extent to which they are reviewing the actual, the actual condition of these physical structures, and whether they have cited any for being improperly enclosed. And we can get back to you.
Please, that's very important. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Dana, Rack.
Senator, so I just had a question in regards to, people have been gathering in McCarran Park on Saturday. It was in celebration of the election, and there's been consistent gathering happening, which has been, wonderful to see. Juxtapose that to NYPD response to gathering. And I know there are other senators who have been very active in the protests, other elected officials. Senator Schumer came to McCarran Park on Saturday. And as we see what's going on with the NYPD, and not specifically the 9-4, Captain Fahey and Captain Hardell are extremely responsive, accessible, do the best that they can to work with the community. But we understand it's a top-down approach when it comes to the protests. And I want to know how is your body holding the NYPD accountable for the safety of people gathering and ensuring that people's rights are not being violated, and that officers that are not being sent from other places to, essentially hurt or harm people that are acting within their constitutional rights?
Well, it's an important question and a complicated question. I mean, I haven't been to a gathering in McCarran Park. I probably should. I have been out. It's a big district, and I've been to a lot of protest gatherings. From the beginning of this, this very new and important, movement to push for change. I also was, the Senate and the Assembly went to work. Very early and passed a very broad package of legislation that is intended to provide all kinds of mechanisms for accountability, to restrict certain, physical maneuvers of police that have endangered people, and most significantly, to make sure that people's disciplinary records are open for review, so that if an individual officer has a history of problematic behavior, that can be identified and addressed. But as you note, some of this does not seem to result from individual officers acting badly, although there's certainly been many instances of that, and those need to be investigated. I have been critical of the police department to the extent they seem to have, sometimes as a matter of policy, as a sort of formal approach coming from the top, use techniques like kettling and other things that seem to involve police engaging in force against people who are being entirely peaceful. It was especially problematic and frequent in the early days of the curfew we had. I made some public statements then, but I continue to have these conversations and speaking with our precincts, and also just sort of try to monitor what's going on in the street and hearing from community organizations and others. So, if something's going on in McCarran Park, that I've spoken to some of my colleagues who've been there, and I probably should have gotten there by now, but I'd be happy to come out and talk with people about this some more.
I just want to reiterate, though, I do believe that the 9-4 and the leadership there is extremely responsible.
That's good.
And I think that the focus has to be on what's coming out of 1PP as directives and strategies versus what's happening hyper locally.
I think that has been my experience as well. And I have a lot of police precincts, obviously, across the district, and I've tried to stay in touch with the leadership. And I think, we've had some incidents in Lower Manhattan that do not seem to emanate from the local precincts either. So I agree, it's an ongoing issue. And I urge, people should be protesters should be peaceful and respectful, but obviously police officers should not be engaging in forceful behavior against people trying to express their constitutional right. I feel very, very strongly about that.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. There's no more hands up. Do you have any closing remarks?
And now just a great word of appreciation for gathering and continuing to provide this forum for our community and all the work you're all doing. And I will, we'll be in touch. And Tom, I will call you soon. I assume your meeting will go on for a while, not tonight, but I'll give you a call.
Thank you, Senator. Be safe.
Please don't call me tonight.
That's what, you seemed anxious to talk. So
I have really good news from California I have to deal with once this meeting's over with. So
that's a beautiful thing. Okay, I will call you soon, but not tonight. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
All right, take care.
Thank you, Senator.
Yep.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is a presentation on textile waste, New York City. Sharon Silverman. Are we able to share the screen now? You're muted. You're muted. You're muted.
Hi.
Hi, Sharon.
How do I get control? I'd asked this in the chat, and the host said that you would give me control of the screen to share my screen.
The host has to give you the permission to share the screen.
Yes, I put you down as a presenter, so you should be able to pull it up.
So I'm a little confused. The share button is not highlighted.
Did you try pressing it?
I did, and it says Open System Preferences. So do I need to somehow download something? No. And I'm back at a confused place. What do I need to do? Privacy, firewall, vault, general. A login password has been set for this user. Right, password. I am really confused as to what to do here. I'm more used to Zoom than I am to Cisco, the WebEx. I'm happy to also just email it to someone and you guys can control it. That's fine. Not a very long presentation.
You can share, if you go on top on the menu bar, share. You want to share a file?
Share, yes. Share file. Okay. Now, desktop. Okay. I have this open. I'm sorry, guys. I wanted to try and get this arranged ahead of time for a board presentation. Cisco wants to access control Microsoft PowerPoint. Okay. I think it's opening. Can you all see that?
I can see it.
Excellent. And let me just make sure. Oh, I can scroll this way, right? Okay, perfect. Hi, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sharon Silverman. I am a fashion designer here in New York City and have been for, 3 decades. I came to New York after I finished undergrad, but to do more undergrad at Pratt. Then I worked designing for major labels in the city for a long time. I have also in recent years been doing more freelance design. I began an upcycling program using Eileen Fisher end of life garments from their take back program, and did an upcycling program with seniors at the West Side Federation for Senior and Supportive Housing. And I realized that really, even though the goal of that was lovely, I wanted us to make patchwork quilts for refugees. Ultimately, I realized that the impact of that was not going to be significant to make the changes that are needed in attacking our textile and apparel waste problem. So I went back to school, and I am presenting to you tonight the problems with textile waste in New York City as part of my thesis, and a request to you all to help me distribute a survey of New York City residents and their attitudes towards recycling and textile waste collection. I wish I could read the notes to my presentation. I don't know where that would be. Well, let me do it this way. So the New York City Department of Sanitation, and I'm going to do this, I'm going to open it for myself as well. Okay, so the New York City Department of Sanitation, collects roughly 200,000 tons of textile and apparel waste per year. That's 400 million pounds annually. 1% of all municipal solid waste in New York City, or New York City textile waste, is collected through the Refashion program that the Department of Sanitation has in collaboration with Housing Works. In the US, 15% of municipal solid waste, textile waste, is resold or recycled, and 85% is sent to landfills, where it emits greenhouse gases, produces toxic runoff, sheds microplastics into waterways. They get into the fish, and then we eat them. And just for you all to know, 70% of our textiles are polyesters and plastic derivatives, and those micro-shedded plastics are hormone disruptors. The growth of textile waste in the United States is outpacing the growth of every other major category of waste, with plastic being the second. Textile waste in the U.S. municipal solid waste stream has increased 78% from 2000 to 2017, while the waste stream as a whole, on average, grew 10% over the same time period. So textile waste far outpaces the rest of solid waste categories. New York State collects 1.3 billion pounds of clothing and textile waste annually and estimates its market value at $130 million. The rise in consumption of textiles and apparel is projected to increase 63% by the year 2030. Going down. The high cost and value lost. So EPA statistics show textiles comprised 6.31% of the waste stream by material type in 2017, for a total in the US of 16.9 million tons. New York State estimates that value, as I said before, at $130 million. But New York City, and you'll see in the graph on the bottom right, spent $93 million on textile waste collection and disposal, with projections for 2020 at $110 million. That's annually. And you'll see in the graph to the left, the US currently spends over $4 billion annually just to collect the textiles for disposal. This doesn't include any of the tipping or landfilling fees or incineration fees. Associated, you'll see, I already gave you the statistic about the cost that New York spends, but you'll see that that's increased from 2005 at $43 million to $93 in 2017. And New York City waste characterization reports show that textile waste stream rose 16% between 2005 and 2017. So next slide there. Oops. So some solutions to that would be adding curbside textile recycling to Department of Sanitation's collection routine, providing a separate collection, providing education to consumers, partnering with charities and nonprofits to keep as much as possible in use. That's also a revenue stream. Bringing in a wide array of stakeholders already doing apparel and textile recycling into development zone hubs dedicated to 0% textile waste in the circular textile recycling economy. Bringing in textile innovation pioneers to make New York City a hub for sustainable textiles. New York City's current waste diversion rate is 17%. If we can increase that through recycling to 85%, job creation rises 25%. If we develop this industry in New York City, we'll have the potential to process New York State's textile waste, create jobs, and capture some of that $130 million valuation that I mentioned before. Next slide. So what is the role of New York City residents? Well, your residents are your feedstock for post-consumer apparel and textiles, but only 15% of that gets recycled and the rest is landfilled currently. If we collected these materials as part of our recycling program, we could avert the majority of textiles being landfilled and build circularity. We'd save $60 million annually in New York City in transportation alone and another $33 million in disposal costs. And we'd create a projected 1,000+ green new jobs in the fashion industry. Yeah, so I covered that. Next slide. What would a New York City resident survey tell us? Well, it would measure the awareness of textile and other waste recycling programs in New York City. It would measure the demand for curbside apparel and textile waste collection. It would measure New York City consumer apparel spending habits, the resident used apparel disposal habits, the correlation, which is the most exciting part, between recycling behaviors and demographics in New York City, and the need for consumer education and support to reach zero waste and build New York City as a circular city, because we do have zero waste initiatives here. So, oops, nope, wrong thing. Oops, skipped too fast. So this is just an example of the New York City textile recycling systems map that I devised. And you see at the very center, the biggest box of that is government. So government can help with scaling assistance, tax incentives for green business to create jobs, laws to benefit the environment, penalties for offenders, waste management and collection, and industry promotion. There's a myriad list of other things that government can do, but the entire system, as you can see, depends on government playing a large influential role in this. And that's part of who you guys are. So I'm asking for your collaboration. Please, would you consider distributing my New York City resident survey to help build a circular textile recycling and innovation industry here in New York? And my idea, since I will share that I am a Brooklyn resident here in Park Slope, and I would love to see it happen someplace like the Army Terminal. That's building the hub at the Army Terminal is not part of my thesis; it's part of my mission, and that comes after I graduate. And last but not least, so this is my survey. I host it on Google Forms. I am happy to distribute it to you to send out to your email lists. My goal is to get as many New York City residents in as many places in the 5 boroughs to fill it out. It comes back to me without any indication of who filled it out. I have no list of emails that it was distributed to, so that's completely secure, and I receive it in the form of graphs, charts, and numbers. Google Forms, in case any of you haven't used it for surveys, is quite robust. It's very nice. Any questions?
Thank you, Sharon. Simon, I see you got your hand up. Do you have a question for Sharon? Simon? Okay, I don't see any, I don't see any hands up. Is there any questions?
I have a question. It's Tion Brooks.
Okay, Brooks.
Hi. Thanks for the presentation. This was really great. What are the current options that we have in the city for textile recycling? So, I mean, I actually have a bag of clothes that are broken jeans, unread bed, and I've been looking for a place to take it. And like, I just found like where I can take things to get recycled, like electronics, but what are the current things and what can we do to help improve the knowledge of like finding where these things can go?
Whatever you do, I would beg you not to ever throw them in the waste stream, in the garbage. For now, your best bets are your local charities, which will try and sell some of it to other New York City residents and thrift shops. And the rest of it will be bundled and sent, usually if they have a no landfill commitment, and I would ask them, that it'll be bundled and sold to aggregators who sell it usually to countries overseas. If that's not part of the politics you wish to play a part of, I would tell you you could take pictures of it, of what you have, and put it on eBay and ThredUp and various other platforms to sell it directly if you're so inclined. And outside of that, we don't have a robust recycling for textiles. There are textile recyclers in other states that do some mechanical recycling. Mechanical recycling has been around for 100 years. It is one of the ways that the automotive industry insulates cars. There's been more recent development to use it for chopped up insulation for underneath carpeting. If you see those like felted carpet pads, and to also use it for insulation in building. The other place you could probably take these textiles for processing would be fab scrap. That's in the Brooklyn Army Terminal. They do mostly commercial collection, but I think they also take in residential pieces as well. Yeah, so those are that's essentially what mechanical recycling does now. The exciting development in recycling and textiles is all of the companies around the world that are working on chemical recycling, which basically take textiles that have been divided by content using near-infrared scanning technology, or a lot of them, or manual separation, and recycling them chemically back to either their polymer or their cellular format, so that they can recreate new yarns to make new textiles that are like virgin material. Part of what I don't cover in this very short presentation is the impact that textile manufacturing has on the environment. And I mentioned it, but from growing cotton, which is a very thirsty crop, and it depletes the soil health, and fossil fuels, which are what we make all of our polyester and acrylic textiles from, and polyesters don't ever break down in the environment. They don't. They degrade, but they degrade to microfiber that gets into our waterways and is damaging to our health. So I beg you not to throw anything out and to find other methods. There is a list of places that you can donate your apparel and textiles, including boxes that accept textile donations all over the city on the Department of Sanitation's website. Could probably send that out if any of you wanted to email me. And what else can I tell you? You could also take it to any of the lobbies that have refashioned boxes from the Department of Sanitation that end up going to Housing Works. You could also take it to Housing Works or Salvation Army, or what's the other one? Begins with a W. There are plenty of collection places.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? There being none, thank you so much, Sharon. We really appreciate your presentation.
I will leave my email in the chat for everyone. And please, if you are willing to distribute my survey, I would be most grateful and happy to continue any of these conversations off of this platform. Thank you very much for hosting me.
You're quite welcome. Be healthy, be safe.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, next item on the agenda is liquor license. Is there any license on here that we need to point out? If not, we'll move into our regular board meeting.
Wait. Sorry, I couldn't find my unmute button. Everybody, please read the lists that go out on the public notice about liquor licenses, new and renewal. We are struggling with how to deal with them. But if you know anything about any of them, please let us know so we can address any issues properly. Catching them after the fact doesn't serve any of us, and we can't have our regular kind of review. But I know that some of you live near these places, go past these places, have heard complaints or good things about these places. The committee needs to know that because we're trying to figure out how to work with the SLA to make sure our bars and restaurants don't go out of control while we're in this virtual universe. So please read the lists and take note of the addresses and go take a look at the place. See if there's any issues going on because we need to know. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Sharon, could you please remove your presentation? Did she leave? Sharon? Marie, can you remove it?
We're trapped.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our public session. Now we're going to our regular board meeting. Can we please have a moment of silence, please? And let's dedicate it to our veterans, which is Veterans Day is tomorrow. Let's also dedicate it to our frontline workers who's still on the line. And we understand today that the count is going up. And we hope and pray that people will continue to wear masks and social distance. Can we have a moment of silence, please? Thank you. Can I have a roll call, please, Jerry?
Gene Argento.
You said that gets this. Amber here.
Tim Bakarowski.
Here.
Lisa Bamonte.
Here.
Gina Barros.
Here?
Thank you. Tion Brooks.
Hear me, huh?
Here. Tion's here.
Eric Berzaitis.
Here.
Tom Burrows.
Here.
Iris Cabrera.
Yeah.
Phil Caponegro.
Here.
Frank Carbone.
Here.
Stephen Chesler.
Here.
Michael Chiricella.
Here.
Teresa Cinciata.
Here.
Giovanni D'Amato.
Here.
Thank you. Erin Drinkwater.
Here.
Thank you. Arthur Dubinowski.
Here.
Thank you. T. Willis Elkins.
Here.
Thank you. Julia Amanda Foster.
Here.
Thank you. Chair Fuller.
Here.
Joel Goldstein.
Here.
Thank you. Joel Gross.
Yes.
Thank you. Sonia Iglesia. Sonia Iglesia.
Here, can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes. Moisha Indig. Moisha Indig. Bozina Kaminsky.
Present.
Thank you. Avram Katz. Avram Katz. No answer. William Klagsbald.
Here.
Thank you. Ryan Coonan.
Here.
Thank you. Yoel Landau. Yoel Landau. No answer. Marie Lianza.
Here.
Thank you. Abraham Leibovitz.
Here.
Who was answering? Who was that? That wasn't Abraham Leibovitz? Abraham Leibovitz, no answer. Yoel Lowe.
Here.
Thank you. Trina McKeever.
Here.
Thank you. Sante Michelli.
Here.
Thank you. Toby Moskovitz.
Here.
Thank you. Martin Needleman. Needleman. No answer. Rabbi Needleman. No answer. Karen Nieves. Karen Nieves. No answer. Mario Dahmer.
I'm here.
Thank you. Janice Peterson.
Here.
Thank you. Dana Racklin.
And what is your address?
Dana Racklin. No answer. Isaac Sofer.
I'm here.
Yes.
It's Dana Racklin. I'm here.
I got you, Dana. Thank you. Robert Solano. Robert Solano. No answer. James Stewart. James Stewart. No answer. Del Teague.
Here.
Thank you. Tommy Torres.
Present. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Thank you. William Vega.
Here.
William Vega. Thank you. Maria Vieira.
Present.
Miss Vieira. Thank you. Stephen Weidberg.
Here.
Stephen Weidberg. Thank you. Simon Weiser.
Here.
Simon Weiser. Thank you. Forty members answering the call, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Can I get approval of the agenda, please?
I approve. Del Teague.
I second Bożena Kaminsky.
Okay, we're not gonna call the roll on this. Del, I made a motion to approve. Bozina Kaminsky, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Abstentions? Motion carried. Can I get an approval of the minutes, please?
Yes.
Who's yes?
Joel Gross.
Huh?
Joel Gross.
Joe Gross? Can I get a second?
Second, Phil Caponegro.
Motion been made and second. Joe Gross, Phil Cabernego. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Against? Against? Abstentions? Motion carried. Thank you. Committee reports. Bylaws Committee, Julie Foster. Committee reports, Julie Foster. Julie, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, I'm having issues with this thing. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Okay, I gotta get to it. It's like really slow today. Okay. Bylaws Committee. We met. I forgot when I met. And I can't get everything to come up. Come on. Come on. Okay, here we go. Proposed changes by the Bylaws Committee of Brooklyn Community Board, number 1, November 10th, 2020. Due to limitations created by the pandemic and ensuring shelter in place restrictions that prevent the board from holding nominations and elections in accordance with the schedule detailed in the board bylaws. Bylaws of Brooklyn Community Board 1 would require modifications to the following sections. Please bear with me. My computer is acting crazy and I'm hearing every other thing everyone is saying. So I'm hoping you're hearing me clearly. We're going to propose a change to B, nomination. I'm going to read how it read the first time and then also how we would want it to read due to the pandemic, how we would function and do this election. It says, at the regular May meeting, nominations from the floor will be entertained. Now I'm going into the bold writing. With the exceptions of the regular May meeting 2020, where instead at the December 2020 regular meeting, nominations from the floor will be entertained due to the pandemic. All nominations from the floor must be made at the May meeting, with the exception of the regular May 2020 meeting, where instead all nominations from the floor must be made at the December 2020 meeting only. A member may nominate any valid member of the board, including him or herself. Nominations will be closed by vote at the end of the May meeting, with the exception of the regular May 2020 meeting, where instead nominations will be closed by vote at the December 2020 meeting. Can somebody and everybody tell me they're hearing me and they're following me?
We can hear you clearly, Julie. Continue, please.
We hear you. We hear you.
Okay, I got 5 people speaking. Thank you. Proposed change number 2. Changes are additions that are in bold, underline. If anyone is following, those are the changes that we would like to make. A board member who has been nominated may decline the nomination at the regular May meeting or in writing to the elections committee at least 10 days prior to the election, with the exception of the regular May meeting 2020, where instead a board member who has been nominated may decline the nomination at the office in December 2020's regular meeting or in writing to the election committee at least 10 days prior to the election. So solving those changes, we're going from May to December. Unless a formal dereliction of nomination is made in the affirmative member, the name of any person nominated at the regular May meeting will appear on the ballot, with the exception of the regular May meeting 2020, where instead, unless a formal dereliction, I can't even see, where's the glasses, of nomination is made in the affirmative manner, the name of any person nominated at the December 2020 regular meeting will appear on the ballot. You guys with me?
Yes, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. C, elections. Proposed change number 3. Proposed change, I'm not going to read that again. The election will be held at the regular meeting of the board in June, with the exception of the June 2020, where instead the election will be held at the regular meeting of the board in January 2021. Proposed change number 4. Time should be set aside at the June meeting, with the exception of June 2020, where instead time should be set aside at the January 2021 meeting. Prior to the election for candidates who choose to address the board, remarks are to be limited to 5 minutes. Any interested candidate should contact the elections committee in writing at least 20 days prior to the June board meeting to inform them of the candidate's intention to address the board. with the exception of June 2020, where instead interested candidates should contact the election committee in writing at least 20 days prior to the January 2021 board meeting to inform them of the candidate's intention to address the board. Number 4, the notice of the regular June meeting shall contain, in addition, the date, time, and place of the meeting, a list of officers and nominees for each office to be elected, with the exception of June 2020, where instead the notice of the regular January 2021 meeting shall contain, in addition to the date, time, and place of the meeting, a list of the offices and the nominees for each office to be elected. Almost there, people. The election committee shall prepare the official ballot for use of the June meeting, with the exception of June 2020, where instead the elections will be held by voice vote at the January 2021 meeting. That ballot shall not be distributed prior to the June meeting, with the exception of the June 2020, where instead the election will be held by voice vote at the January 2021 meeting. Names shall appear on the ballot in alphabetical order by the office. In other words, there'll be some names you'll be able to do and pick who you want by voice. Number 7, proposed changes are text to remove that is stricken through and additional language to be are in bold. Number 7, it wasn't anything. I don't even know why I'm reading it. Proposed changes for the bylaws of Brooklyn Community Board number 1. This is 8. Okay, we crossed out election committee. Instead it states district manager or assistant district manager shall tabulate the votes cast at these elections and provide the results to the board. The committee shall also prepare the official report of these elections that shall indicate the votes cast by each member. This report shall be part of the official record and be attached to the minutes of the board's June meeting, with the exception of the June 2020 meeting, where instead this report shall be part of the official record and be attached to the minutes of the board's January 2021 meeting, submitted by the Bylaws Committee and Chairperson Julia Foster. Anybody got any questions? I hope not.
All I can say is, Marie, all I can say is, I hope I can keep my mind. All these days, I'm totally confused. But anyway, you did a
What
good
are you
job.
confused about?
I hope I don't get Alzheimer's or I'm going to be shocked.
Are there any other questions?
Yeah, Chairperson Fuller?
Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, I could just address, Marie, just in summary, because we couldn't hold elections because of the pandemic, we're updating the bylaws. So instead of having our nominations, which normally happen in May, we're proposing having them in December. And the elections in January of 2021. So all the language changes related to those two things.
The language is just changing from May and June to December and January. Basically, what it's saying is, like Steve just said, we couldn't hold the elections. We're having meetings trying to fix the bylaws, and we just got it done.
Good job. Good job.
Thank you.
Nice job, Julie. Nice job.
Good job, Julia.
Julia, it's a great job.
Thank you all.
Are there any other questions?
Thank you, Amanda.
I move to accept.
Is there a second?
Del Teague.
I'll second, Trina.
Okay.
Who's second?
Trina.
A motion has been made by Dell and second by Trina to accept the adapted bylaws. Roll call vote, please.
Is Dell's motion to accept the package?
Yes.
Yes.
See me?
Noted. Thank you.
Oh.
All right. So everyone got this package also with your meeting notice. So yes is in favor of the entire package, no is against the entire package, and abstaining is abstaining on the entire package. Gina Argento. Gina Argento. No vote. Bogdan Bakarowski.
Yes.
Yes. Lisa Bamonte.
Yes.
Gina Barros.
Yes.
Yes. Tion Brooks.
Yes.
Tion Brooks is yes. Eric Brusitis.
Yes.
Yes. Thomas Burrows.
Yes.
Thomas Burrows, yes. Iris Cabrera.
Yes.
Iris Cabrera, yes. Phil Caponegro.
Yes.
Phil Caponegros, yes. Frank Carbone.
Yes.
Frank Carbone, yes. Stephen Chesler.
Yes.
Stephen Chesler, yes. Michael Chirichella. Michael Chirichella. No vote. Teresa Cinciata.
Yes.
Teresa Cinciata, yes. Giovanni
Yes.
D'Amato.
Yes.
Yes. Erin Drinkwater.
Yes.
Erin Drinkwater is yes. Arthur Dibinowski.
Yes.
Arthur is yes. T. Willis Elkins.
Yes.
T. Willis Elkins, yes. Julia Amanda Foster.
Yes.
Yes. Joel Goldstein. Joel Goldstein.
Yes.
Yes. Joel Gross.
Yes.
Joel Gross is yes. Sonia Iglesias.
Yes. Yes.
Sonia is yes. Bozina Kaminsky
Yes.
is yes. Moisha Indig. Moisha Indig. No vote. Avram Katz. Avram Katz. No vote. William Klagsbold.
Yes.
Yes. Ryan Coonan. Ryan Coonan.
Yes. Yes.
Ryan Coonan, yes, thank you. Yoel Landau. Yoel Landau. Marie Leanza.
Yes.
Marie Leanza is yes. Abraham Leibovitz. No vote. Yoel Lowe. Yoel Lowe, no vote. Trina McKeever.
Yes.
Yes. Trina McKeever is yes. Sante Michelli.
Yes.
Sante Michelli, yes. Toby Moskovitz.
Yes.
Yes. Martin Needleman. Martin Needleman. No vote. Rabbi Niederman. Rabbi Niederman. No vote. Karen Nieves. Karen Nieves. No vote. Mario Domerick.
Yes.
Mario Domerick is a yes. Janice Peterson
Yes.
is a yes. Dana Racklin. Dana Racklin.
Yes.
Yes. Isaac Sofer. Isaac Sofer.
Yes.
Yes. Robert Solano. Robert Solano. No vote. James Stewart. James Stewart. No vote. Del Teague.
Yes.
Del Teague, yes. Tommy Torres.
Yes.
Tommy Torres, yes. William Vega. Vega.
William Vega.
William Vega. I didn't hear your vote, sir.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. William Vega is a yes. Maria Vieira.
Yes.
Maria Vieira is yes. Stephen Weidberg.
Jan.
Weidberg. Stephen Weidberg. Stephen Weidberg, no vote. Simon Weiser.
Yes.
Simon Weiser, yes.
Hi, Jerry. I don't think you got my vote. It was a yes, Gina Argento.
Gina Argento is a yes. Anyone else? Didn't hear their name.
Can you hear me? Steve Weiberg?
Yeah, I hear him. You hear him, Jerry? You heard Steve Weisberg?
I just heard him for momentarily. What's your vote, Steve?
Yes, yes. I'm sorry. I couldn't get it on mute.
Sorry to wake you.
You didn't wake me, Jerry. Not yet.
So we have 37 in the positive. The question is that 2/3 vote? Because doesn't the bylaws say it has to be 2/3 vote? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so 50. Three. Three. All right, 2/3 votes, 34. Motion passes with 37. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jerry. I'd like to thank the committee for all the hard work they put into this effort. I know it wasn't easy, but I thank you and the whole board for your patience going through the times that we are going through. But we got through it, and I'd like to really thank you from the bottom of my heart for being so diligent and working on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're quite welcome. Land use, Dell.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
So we, as you all know, there was a presentation at the last full board by the Domino Refinery, David Lambino. They're asking for a modification for the special permit and restrictive declaration, approving the change that they made to the rooftop, giving the glass dome top. Now, this was something that is not subject to a land use ULIP review, but the city was willing to hear if we had any comments, and also had been approved in the past by us as part of a landmarks application. There were no comments at the last full board, and he came again and made a presentation to the land use committee. The members at the committee felt that the application he's making is identical to the previously approved landmarks application, and so there were no additional comments on that. I also want to mention that I know the report says that we did not have a quorum, but we did have a quorum because one of the members appeared by phone, and that was not picked up by the computer, but we all heard him, so he's been added, so we did have a quorum. Now, the second item was a continuation of the discussion that we'd been having regarding the feasibility of requiring developers to take responsibility for infrastructure that their projects stress. So Trina McKeever, Steve Chesler, and I met on a Zoom call with Ben Solitaire and Brian Paul, and we discussed essentially two things. We discussed specifically concerns that people in the community have been expressing about the Acme Fish upcoming application, and then we had a more just general discussion. So, as you all know from the last community board, the committee felt that there's a need to balance, or that basically there were concerns from some people in the community about the height and the density of the building, the ancillary building at Acme Fish. But there's also what seems to be a significant appreciation of Acme Fish and a desire to keep the company in the community. So we were discussing this, and Ben Solitaire said that Steve Levin would not know about these concerns because he wouldn't have gotten a copy, or he wouldn't have gotten feedback from or a copy of our committee meeting. So he suggested that we write a letter to Steve telling him about these concerns and suggesting that he speak to Acme Fish before we have to make our final vote, because at that point it may be an all or nothing situation. So the members of the committee agreed to let me draft a letter to Council Member Levin. That's in my report, but perhaps, do you want me to read it? I'm not sure what people think. I can read it out. Read it if you all.
Yeah.
Yes. No.
Did people read the letter?
Because I will need to know if the board approves sending this letter to Steve.
Just go on and read the letter down.
All right, I'll read the letter. So, dear Councilmember Levin, Community Board 1 recognizes the value of Acme Fish's continued presence to many of our residents. However, some residents have raised concerns about the bulk and height of the ancillary building and the effect it will have on the nearby residential Greenpoint Historic District and the Bushwick Inlet Park. Some residents also question the need for a development the proposed size, given the moderate increase in space that Acme will get for its business. Questions have also been raised about the likely financial profit to Acme and the benefit to the community from the proposed office space, given the unused office space already present in the community. The developer was advised of these concerns when it made a presentation to the Land Use Committee. We feel it might be beneficial for you to explore the feedback we have received from the community and discuss with the developer the possibility of height modification. So I don't know if there are any comments, or if that would be a satisfactory letter to write to Councilmember Levin. So I need to have some feedback from the full board.
Are there any questions on the letter? I guess there's no questions there.
I love to make just a comment. I agree with the letter. It's a great thing to have definitely, communication with Steve Levin about that. But this general to the whole board, and people may be less involved with this committee, and it's something maybe personal that I feel a little bit not that comfortable generally with the idea of this one block zoning, which we're going to see more. We've been seeing it before. It starts with 25 Kent, and I wasn't a board member, but I believe that they got approval. People in the community liked it. And as a matter of fact, now this rezoning and this Acme Fish project narrative has been going around the Acme Fish. But for the full board to be aware that once again, it's a one block zoning, and it's the practice of merging smaller single lots together to make a huge lot, which allowed to build things on that scale, and we understand Acme Fish is going to be there, and of course we like it, but this is something is going to turn a building 5 times the space that is needed from Acme Fish. But it's the dangers of this merging. This will continue to happen. I don't know how deeply it will go in other places down in Greenpoint, but the reference the developer has made, have been reference about 25 Kent, about the Williamsburg Hotel, about the William Bell, definitely reference that they were not about the small-scale Greenpoint Historic District. We're not about the small-scale building, and and it's something to really consider. And I don't think personally there's going to be amenity stipulation, planters, bike racks, and I don't know, many little things. And where every time I feel the community board kind of ask in exchange but I believe, are we going to make a different point? That is like maybe something like that maybe shouldn't happen, because it will be a precedent after the precedent. I don't know who is going to really benefit. Yes, Acme Fish, but for the full board to be aware that Acme Fish owns already 4 of the lot, owns 60% of that block. Without Acme Fish, they cannot do a development, which will turn in commercial. And then something else very important is that once you turn and change zoning, you go for an M3-1, which there was a reason, for whatever reason, when the general rezoning was done, that was unchanged. Maybe because of the fact that M3-1 remained unchanged, maybe the entire community made some other decision in regards to other aspects of the general zoning, and really, I don't know how legal it is to proceed with this single block zoning, because I don't know how we can elaborate and make comparison with other issues that regard the entire community that only a general large zoning can allow you to do. And then other aspect is once you turn and you enter the next level, so you go for an M3 or for an M11, you go into an M15 zoning, you could turn that into an hotel. So I know we've been talking that there are definitely a special permit required, but what are the guarantee that 1 year from now, 5 years, 10 years from now, maybe we're going to have a different council member, maybe there's going to be other change. We have laid down the bridge to go into the next category. Because from M3-1, you can go into the next category. And definitely, I believe also industrial space, pure industrial space are extremely, extremely important, but not the industrial space that 25 Kent has been offering. I don't know which price. I don't know if there were special stipulation and business plan made at that time precisely. But I don't think the average cabinet maker that has been operating here in Williamsburg and Greenpoint, or the other artist or the other small fabricator can afford that type of space. And then partly they're going to be office. And so do we have a business plan? Do we have a business plan that has established precise cost of square footage, sizes of the spaces, and then do other commercial offices, the number of spaces that prevail? Because this was an entire M3-1, a full manufacturing. I know we understand we're going to have Acme, it occupy 100,000 square feet, but we're going to have 600,000 square feet. And then we're going to have the...
Do you have a question, Mr. Marcelli?
No, I want to everybody know about there is a very long and complex things, and it's not just about Acme Fish that we love, but there is other aspect, and it's beyond also asking for amenities. It's about asking... questioning, the feasibility of this type of rezoning. That's all.
Thank you. Dell, I think Elkins wanted to know if Acme would come to the board.
Oh, remember Acme, this is pre-certification, although I think Acme is getting ready to be certified, but Acme, Acme already came to the land use committee. They will come to the board when they're certified. This is just an attempt to give access,
preliminary,
to talk to, to kind of get us to give Councilman Levin, to give Steve Levin a heads up so that maybe he can talk to Acme, and maybe Acme will consider downsizing. And if not, then Acme can come back to us and can address all of the questions that we and the community will have with respect to why they need to have such a large building, and we'll make a decision. But Acme will come back. This is really pre-certification, which is trying to, it's kind of a sense, in my sense, it's a chance for the community to communicate more to Acme and to give Acme a better sense of the concerns that they may have to address when they are asking, when they have been certified and they do come back. I don't know if that answers your question sufficiently.
He said, thank you.
Okay, so thanks. Okay, thank you.
Ryan Cornyn's been holding up her hand.
I don't see it. It's not in the participants.
She looks at the Statue of Liberty.
I've been in the picture and my hand is like, here, I'll do it again. It's
I didn't see you in the picture and I don't see your hand up.
But
Go ahead, Ryan.
Okay.
I see you, Ryan.
Thank you. My question is, have we offered Acme to look at other examples like Pfizer? So Pfizer has more of the kitchen industrial type things, more that are less office space and less sort of this like super white collar techie stuff that like those of us that were here in the rezoning realized that was kept M3 because we wanted industrial. And we can't have the light industrial I guess of the past, but the kitchen type stuff and what Pfizer's been showing, did we send them those did we give them a list of examples of the type of industry we'd like to see instead of offices? Because the 25 Kent and South First being massive empty office spaces, in addition to lots of the Green Desk, all of these ones that have mad vacancies right now, did we offer them a list or should we crowdsource a list from people? I know this is preliminary, so is that something we should do? Did we already do it?
Well, we didn't give them a list. We did talk to them when they came to the committee. And I mentioned this in my report last month. We did tell them that we were concerned that not just in terms of the effect on the community, but we were concerned for them that they're counting on this large structure with office space to give them the financial stability because of the changes they're going to be making and modernizing. We did express to them that we thought that this may not be the best financial venture for them because of all of the empty office space that we're seeing. And we did suggest to them that they consider other options. We did not give them a list. And I mean, that's another question. People who have that will have another committee meeting on December 7th. And, it would be great if you wanted to come to to that committee and we can discuss that and we can discuss putting together something to give Acme. I think my sense is that Acme Fish is a business that has been here for many years, that many people in the community would like to see it stay. So my feeling, my personal opinion, and that's just me, one person, I think that it would be a good idea to give them, as much support as we can. But there are people in the community who are really concerned about the bulk of the building and about whether this office space is really going to sustain them, or if down the road they're just going to have to try to figure something else out. So I'm open to putting that on the agenda. Ryan, if you want to come to the December 7th committee meeting, it would be great. And nowadays, it's not like we have to get out of our house. We just come onto the virtual meeting.
Okay.
I do need to know if we can send this letter. By the way, we're kind of.
There's other questions, Del. You have
okay. Hopefully about the letter.
Toby got her hand up. Toby.
That was from before. I was just said that I was present. That was from before, because I got on a few minutes late.
Oh, okay. We'll continue, Dale. I'm sorry.
So I would like to know if it's okay to send the letter. I still have, a little bit more to discuss. Not about Acme Fish.
I have one suggested change to the letter. This is Trina. I don't know how to put my hand up.
You go to the right, down the right of the screen. There's a hand at the bottom.
It's really small. It's so tiny.
Tiny, but it's a hand. If you put your arrow on it, it'll say hand, raise hand.
Panelist list.
Okay, my one suggestion, Del, would be instead of the historic district, which it is next to the historic district, but it's also next to the rest of the Greenpoint neighborhood, and maybe not to isolate the historic district, but maybe just the residential district in general.
That's okay with me. I would say the residential district and in particular the Greenpoint Historic District. I think it's a good idea to keep Greenpoint Historic District in there. But I think we could say the nearby residential district and in particular Greenpoint Historic. How does that sound?
That's good, just because it is, the impact is on the whole neighborhood, not just
Yeah,
the historic
okay,
district,
sure,
the whole
sure.
residential neighborhood.
So I'm fine with that. So let's, I'm writing it down here so I don't forget it.
There's great otherwise.
Residential district and in particular the Greenpoint Historic District. And now then there would be a comma after that, comma, and the Bushwick Inlet Port. I think. Yeah. So,
motion to accept the letter, send the letter.
Okay, so Dialis, Trina made a motion.
Trina made a motion, I didn't hear.
Yeah, she made a motion
to accept the letter as written.
And is there a second?
I second, Bożena Kamiński.
Okay, a motion has been made and second. Trina and Bożena, can I have a roll call vote, please?
When you say as written, you mean as corrected, correct?
as corrected. Yes, yes, thanks, Jerry. Yes, as
We
corrected,
say with the necessary corrections.
Thank you.
as amended or whatever.
Gina Argento. No vote. Bogdan Bakarowski.
Yes. Yes.
Lisa Bamonte.
Yes.
Lisa Bamonte, yes. Gina Barros.
Yes.
Gina Barros, yes. Tion Brooks.
Yes.
Tion Brooks, yes. Eric Berzaitis.
Yes.
Eric Berzaitis, yes. Tom Burrows.
Yes.
Tom Burrows, yes. Iris Cabrera.
Yes.
Iris.
Yes.
Iris Cabrera, yes. Phil Caponegro.
Yes.
Phil Caponegro, yes. Frank Carbone.
Yes.
Frank Carbone, yes. Stephen Chesler.
Yes.
Stephen Chesler, yes. Michael Chirchella. No vote. Teresa Cinciata. Teresa Cinciata.
Yes.
Giovanni D'Amato. Giovanni D'Amato.
Yes.
Yes. Aaron Drinkwater. Aaron Drinkwater. No vote. Arthur Dibinowski.
Yes.
Arthur Dibinowski, yes. T. Willis Elkins.
Yes.
T. Willis Elkins, yes. Julia Amanda Foster.
Yes.
Julia votes yes. Joel Goldstein. Joel Goldstein. Joel Gross. Joel Gross. No vote. Sonia Iglesia. Sonia Iglesia.
You
No
hear me?
vote.
Joel
Yes.
Gross, yes.
Yes.
She said
Joel
yes.
Gross, yes. Sonia.
Sonia said yes.
Yes.
Bożena Kamiński.
Yes.
Moisha Indig. Moisha Indig, no vote. Avram Katz. Avram Katz, no vote. William Klagsbold. William Klagsbold.
Yes. Yes.
Ryan Coonan.
Yes.
Ryan Coonan, yes. Yoel Landau. Vote. Marie Leanza.
Yes.
Marie Leanza, yes. Abraham Leibovitz. No vote. Yoel Lowe. Yoel Lowe, no vote. Trina McKeever.
Yes.
Trina McKeever, yes. Sante Michelli.
Yes.
Sante, yes. Toby Moskowitz. Toby Moskowitz. No vote. Martin Needleman. Martin Needleman, no vote. Rabbi Niederman. Rabbi Niederman, no vote. Karen Nieves. Karen Nieves, no vote. Mario Domerick.
Yes.
Mario Domerick, yes. Janice Peterson.
Yes.
Yes. Dana Racklin. Dana Racklin.
Yes.
Yes. Isaac Sofer. Isaac Sofer. No vote. Robert Solano. Robert Solano, no vote. James Stewart. James Stewart, no vote. Del Teague. Del Teague.
Yes.
Del Teague.
Yes.
Finally votes yes.
Sorry.
Tommy Torres. Tommy Torres. No vote. William Vega.
Yes.
William Vega votes yes. Maria Vieira
Yes.
votes yes. Stephen Weidberg. Should I play the Jeopardy music? Da, 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 da. Stephen Weidberg. No
Tommy
vote.
Torres, yes.
Simon Weiser.
Yes.
Hey,
Yes.
Steve, I'm saying yes.
Tommy Torres, yes.
Tommy Torres, yes. Stephen Weidberg.
He just
Isaac
said
Sofer,
yes.
Aaron Drinkwater wrote in the chat that he's yes.
Isaac
Aaron, I
Sofer,
don't know if you
yes.
can hear me now. Yes.
I got you. Thank you. Let me just find your name here. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 33 yes, 0 no, 0 abstention. Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Then as I said in the report, we had a general discussion as to how can we get, have effective input into applications, ULIP applications. And a lot of them are pretty common sense. Participate in the scoping hearings, make sure we, ask for benefits that have something to do with the actual development. But I think it's also important that they said that it's very important to get the developer to put in writing what he or it is agreeing to do or not to do. Try to get it written into the zoning if you can. We also talked about having the land use and the environmental committees getting together so that we can have a nice, concise sense of what environmental concerns we can bring to the community board and to the developers. And to, of course, ask the city planning to come to board meetings whenever we need some clarification of the process. Now, the main thing that came up that was new to me, and I think new to the three of us, was that Brian Poole said that we're stuck with two zonings. And that's one of the problems, because a developer will say, well, the M1, M13 or M12 is too small, so then I have to jump to the M15. But he told us that the Gowanus Community Board has gotten a more flexible, a more flexible use of different tools, zoning tools. He calls them tools, more flexible zoning options. And he said that we could ask Steve Levin to advocate for us to be able to have access to those zoning options that are available to Gowanus. So we may want to look into that more and discuss whether we'd like to do that. I can't imagine that it would be that there'd be a downside to it, but I don't know. It's something we may want to discuss going forward. But I think it's important that we know about the fact that the Gowanus Board has more flexible zoning options available to it. And he thought that, it was a reasonable request for us to say, well, we want to be included in that. The last thing is, this came to me after we had our committee meeting. It's 135-37 Bedford Avenue has been certified. They're asking for a zoning change to go from residential to commercial overlay. Remember, we had the same kind of a request on the other side of Bedford Avenue at one point, and actually the community board voted against it, but the city permitted it anyway. What I need to tell you now is that because of the clock, the clock will be up prior to our January meeting. So I propose that our December 7th meeting will be a combined committee meeting and public hearing so that 135-37 can come to us then, and we can make we can have a vote, we can make a recommendation, and so that we can then present to the full December board. Otherwise, I'm not sure how we can get this taken care of because the clock is running. So I don't know that I need a vote on that. I don't know how to go about that, but that's what I'm proposing.
Del, can I just
Sure.
add on to what you were saying, just with the lack of flexibility of the tools?
Yes.
About FAR, that we're stuck either between a 2.0 FAR or a 5, like a 4 or a 5. That would be good. That's 25 cans for, and Acme Fish wants M15, which has a 5.0 FAR. So it'd be nice to have something like around 3 or between 3 and 4 to get a scale that's more palatable.
I agree, and I think that I agree. I think it would be worthwhile. I don't know what the rest of the board thinks, but I think it would be worth exploring getting asking for us to be able to plug into the options that have been approved for the Gowanus Community Board.
Should we ask city planning to come to our next December meeting?
I think that would be fine. I guess we can still do that even though we have the public hearing, because the public hearing is just for that one application. So yes, Jerry, and Gialis, how do we ask city planning to come?
Just invite them to come and tell them what you want to discuss. You want clarification on this as to how you should go about it, and if it's worth going forward with it.
Okay. So who will send that email, that letter?
Speak to Marie at the office.
Okay, thank you.
And it would be good to do that before we have to deal with Acme Fish.
Yes. I'll speak to Marie tomorrow. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Dale.
Damn.
Next item on the agenda is capital budget. Steve?
Good evening. We had the meeting for the capital budget was held via WebEx on November 4th, and we did have a quorum. We sent out today the proposals. There were a few changes. We added 2 items, one to the expense budget, one to the capital budget. Items number 5 on each. We eliminated 2 items, continuing support, which was the Greenpoint Library and the Bedford Avenue train elevator, which both were completed. And we also amended, one second, we amended number 7572122 and the expense to cover COVID-19 items for senior citizens and senior women. You have a copy of it, and I need a approval to submit it as written.
Can I get a second on that?
I second. Del Teague.
Okay, what we're gonna do is, we're just gonna ask everybody, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Against? Abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
The Alice, I was trying to say something and I wasn't being called on.
I didn't see your hand raised, and I didn't see.
I couldn't find the darn hand on the thing. That's why I want Zoom to be returned to us. This is just a mess. My hand is up there, by the way. It is there on my thing. So I don't know what you want to do, but I sent Steve my points already, so we don't have to discuss, because I don't think we're putting in the budget where we're thinking about the coronavirus and the impact on the community and what this community needs in light of that.
And if you look at the report, I did incorporate your suggestions into it.
Oh, okay, thank you. Can I ask you one question?
Every one of the suggestions was incorporated into it. It's there, just.
Yeah, I'm not trying to solve the meeting. I just want to ask you a question, Steve. Is that, did Woodhull Hospital, and this is my concern in general, as we have a budget, did Woodhull bring their items and the police department bring their items to the budget? Because there are issues that I won't get into now, but I know that they will be hit again with coronavirus. Are we prepared, is my question, with the budget we have?
We requested the items, and Woodhull did not come.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Kind of, but I don't want to take it. It's, people obviously are not open to a conversation, but I think it's a serious one. And I don't know if the police department gave their, we're hearing all this violence in different places. We're hearing the hospital being overwhelmed. I mean, and I raised to you the senior issues.
This year,
right, okay. We'll leave it.
Okay, thank you. Does that conclude your report, Steve?
Thank you.
Finish it. Finish it.
Okay, next item on the agenda is Tom.
Tom, just me, talk about myself?
SLA and PCA.
Which would you like to do first?
Give me your report so we can all go home.
Give us stuff, Tom.
All right, well, let me do public safety and human service because that should be quicker. All right, we had a meeting on October 19th. We did have a quorum. The issues that we, of course, focus on is the police department and what's happening with crime. Crime's up all over the city and major crimes. And Captain Fahey was able to attend our meeting, but Captain Vasquez couldn't because it was the same night that they were trying to monitor the what was suggested was going to be the 10,000 person wedding. So the captain and community affairs and all of them were involved with that. Our crimes are up commensurate with the rest of the city. There's issue. The police, of course, have the issue with the no cash bail and other things like that. So perhaps at another meeting, we will talk with the DA's office about, there's been a number of break-ins into restaurants and bars during the COVID epidemic where the doors have been smashed and people are going in and stealing all the alcohol and cash. So all these places are losing money not being open, and then all their alcohol gets stolen. So there is a group of guys who've been doing it on a regular basis, and we just need to get them under control. We also had the new head of community affairs for Woodhull Hospital, Jessica Orocho, but our major focus was on the issues regarding people without homes who are living on, under the BQE and other places in our neighborhood. The hospital suggested that perhaps the director of psychiatry can come to our next meeting, that we get Steve Banks and the Director of Homeless Services. So we drafted a letter to the Commissioner and to the DHS Administrator to go from the board, inviting them to come to our next Public Safety and Human Service Committee. The draft was sent to the office. Unfortunately, it didn't get attached to the report, but it's basically inviting them to come and meet with us about a response to people without homes that are encamped under the BQE, the lack of ongoing and regular follow-up and cleanup about hypodermic needles, trash, etc. The fact that there doesn't seem to be a clear plan or a mechanism to get the contract agencies to provide outreach and services, and how do we measure whether they're doing their job or not, and also a mechanism that we can coordinate services and responses, because in the past, before March, when the city council took a lot of responsibilities away from the police department, we could call upon police community affairs and they pulled together everybody and we'd go with a police escorted walking tour of locations and try and get sanitation, health, various people there. That's no longer possible. Police have been told not to be involved in homeless outreach. So there needs to be some other mechanism to do that. And so we would like to have Steve Banks and the DHS administrator to come to our meeting and tell us, winter's coming, how are we going to address community concerns, neighborhood concerns, and such like that. So we would like a letter to go from the board inviting the two of them to come to our next meeting, which is going to be on Thursday, December 3rd. So I don't know if we have to vote on sending a letter or it could just be sent. I did send a draft to the office. Alice, do you think that we need to have a vote for a letter to invite the commissioner to come, or we just?
No, you just invite him.
All right, I sent a draft to the office. So, and everybody, I know that Jan wants to bring women's issues. Our next meeting is December 3rd. I don't know how much we can cover when we're going to be dealing with people without homes. But
I think we're only saying, Tom, that the violence issue, the violence issues that Jessica is also a part of, it would be good to deal with the violence against women stuff at the same time that you're talking with Woodhull.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tom.
Yes.
Marie. Tom, I'm sorry, I couldn't get onto that meeting because I have trouble with this computer and going on. But anyway, is there any way that we can talk about the terrible, the graffiti? It's getting worse and worse on the brand new buildings and buildings in individual. Is there anything that
Tomorrow night, the 94th precinct is having a virtual precinct council meeting.
Okay.
So perhaps you can come to that, because the precinct council meetings, which the 9/0 is usually the first Wednesday of the month and the 9/4 is the second Wednesday of the month, are the best place, because the captain comes to that meeting and you raise your hand and say, what are you doing about this? And he points at a police officer in the room and says, take care of that.
That's gonna be on the, how do I get on it? Is it gonna be on my email, Marie?
Go to the webpage for the 9/4, and it's going to be at 7:00 tomorrow.
Webpage?
Yeah, every precinct has a webpage and they've got a link for their meeting.
And Tom, we're pushing that same idea that you didn't like before, but given what's happened between the police and the community, is it's time that the police, no, this is not a big one, Tom. The police really should attend community board meetings with representatives, just like the health and hospitals. We need to all be together someplace. This coordination problem that you're raising is really a big issue. So we shouldn't have to go to their meetings. We got to change the paradigm with the local police.
Well, the city council pulled the police department back from all kinds of stuff in March, when all the response to marches and things like that, the police department was told not to be involved in the various things, that it's not their job anymore. So,
but they're supposed to rebuild their relationships to the community. And I think that they can have their own meetings. I'm not saying they shouldn't, but they should come to our meeting. And Williamsburg Greenpoint has taken the leadership of trying to really deal with conflict. And we should really try to help between the police and the community, because this is not a community that wants to close down the police department and all that. But we do want a new relationship.
Right. Well, Captain Fahey and Captain Backus usually come to our committee meetings. Like I said,
Yeah.
this one, they had that special event happening in South Williamsburg. They couldn't come. So
Tom,
that's it on public safety and human services.
Tom,
Yes.
could you ask the 90 and the 94 to send us their information about their board meetings every month, since they're having them virtually? That way we can get it out to the community and they don't have to go searching for it.
I've got the email for tomorrow's meeting, which I will send to Marie, and she can send it to the board.
Yes, let's just make sure we get that
I'll get the
information to
police
the board so
department to do
people
it.
can get it. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
I just share that information in the chat for just in case anyone wanted.
What was that?
Iris.
She put it in the
information
chat.
meeting tomorrow. I
Oh,
put it in the
good.
chat.
Oh, thank you. But I'll get an email to
welcome.
Marie as well, because that sometimes is easier.
Yes.
WebEx. So that's it for public safety and human services. Next meeting, December 3rd. If there's ever any issues, just let Marie know. Marie lets me know. I text the police department all the time. They're used to it.
Son, I have a question.
Speaking of which,
I'm sorry.
I
have a question.
Oh, could I just do this a minute? 311-692 is the number that you use for the socially distancing violations and bar problems and things like that. And that task has also been removed from the police department and is now being done by the sheriffs. And the sheriffs work for the City Department of Finance. So if we wonder about who trains the police department, who's training the sheriff's department? So I had a long conversation with the sheriff the other day, who gave me a history of the sheriffs, of how they go back for hundreds of years. They worked for the Dutch, they worked for the British, they did this, that, and everything. I said, that's all very well and good, but if you're the guys that are doing bar enforcement, you need to come to our meetings so we know who you are when we've got problem bars. So that's another one we're trying to figure out. The big raid that occurred on October 30th of the bar with the 400 people in it was done by the sheriff's department, not the police department. So we used to do visits to these facilities with the fire department, the police department, and the buildings department. Now we have to include the sheriff's department. So it's like smoke and mirrors these days. So who had the question? There's a question.
Tom,
Yes, your voice.
Tom, this is Tish. Can I add something?
Yeah.
What you were talking about different drugs, whatever, in certain areas. Well, I had an issue here in front of my house where there were a lot of drugs and needles on my property. So I was informed to call the sanitation. So that's one thing people that don't know, then they try to call the police or whatever. But that's who you call. If there's any drugs or needles in front of your property, you call the sanitation department. And they do come, because we saw them. They came here, they pick it up and take it away. So I think a lot of people just don't know who to call on certain issues.
Well, but that goes counter to what we were told when we go to the encampments, that sanitation can't touch the needles and the health department has to come and pick them up. So that's why we want to get them all in the same room to say who's in charge.
Well, I don't know. That's what they told me. There was someone here from the buildings department, because we have a lot of problems actually with all the construction in the community. And there's a terrible impact on a lot of homes, including mine. So we were informed that day that that's who we have to call.
Okay.
Because we were complaining about the conditions from the construction, and then these needles in front of my tree, in front of my property, and that was official. They said, oh, you have to call the sanitation.
All right. Well,
they'll come and get it. And they did come.
Jerry has a good relationship with the Brooklyn head of sanitation, so I'll talk to Jerry and see if that's what the
I think people
truth
have to
is.
be informed, who to call.
Well, that's why we're having this meeting on the 3rd, because we want to know how to coordinate the responses. Okay?
Okay.
Should I move on to the next thing?
Yes.
Okay. SLA review. Everybody, it's been a real challenge because, as you know, the lists, I always call out the list that comes on the public meeting, and I want you to read it and find out if there's anything going on. And it's like crickets, I don't hear anything. But then we have a committee meeting and we bring the applicants in and we grill them in front of us. We haven't been able to do that because of COVID. And we can't get them to sign things and agree to follow our rules and all that kind of stuff. And back in September, we had something like 45 new licenses and 67 renewals, and we had an equally large list at the next meeting after that. So our committee is trying to figure out how to deal with it. We did meet with Mike Smith, who's the representative from the Liquor Authority, because, you know, we're all volunteers and we learn this as we go along. I thought there was some kind of rules that we're supposed to be following. Mr. Smith said that the only thing the SLA requires liquor license applicants is that they tell the municipality, give them 30-day notice that they're going to be applying for a license. That's all that the SLA requires. There's no requirement that we do anything. So they could tell us they're applying and we could just say, that's nice. And the SLA would do whatever it's doing. Now, over the years, we've created a mechanism where we review the paperwork, we have our own stipulations, we grill the people, we get input, and the SLA has generally tried to follow with our concerns. We haven't been able to do that. So that's why I keep saying, look at the lists and tell me what you know about these applicants, because it's the only way we're going to deal with it. We did go through some of the renewals and some of the new ones that's jumped out to us, and we're recommending that the board, at least out of this big list, recommend denial to a number of locations, one of which we missed the gun on, 23 Meadow LLC, which got its license on October 28th and was raided by the Sheriff's Department. Its license was removed on October 30th. That's why we have to watch them so closely, because you give them an inch, they take a mile. So we're recommending that out of the collection of new ones, that we should not recommend new licenses for 23 Meadow. We do not believe there should be an alteration for Berry Street Associates. That's the problem location called Gran Torino on Berry Street. We also do not think that a license should be issued to McCarran Park House, since the Community Boards Park Committee has not approved the McCarran Park House. So how can we approve a liquor license if the facility hasn't been approved? And as for renewals, we've got numerous complaints about a place called Mexico 2000. So we're recommending that that location not be given a renewal. Other licenses are going to proceed. A lot of them are pending. So if somebody wants to make them, I did send out a report that includes all this stuff. If somebody wants to make a motion to approve the recommendations in our report, I would welcome that.
Can I just ask a quick question, Tom? In your report, you also recommended not approving a renewal for Brooklyn Barge.
We get a lot of complaints about them. They don't follow the rules. They've been using the park as, you know, their extra outdoor space. We've always had problems with them from the beginning. They seem to do whatever they want. So that we're recommending Brooklyn Barge, NYSF Ventures, and Stella May. The bar names, those are all ones we had numerous complaints that our members of the committee were aware of. And sometimes it just tips them off to behave better. NYCF Ventures is known as Horses and Divorces, and Stella May is known as Rockarola. Members of the committee have heard complaints. The board office has gotten complaints, and we've also gotten complaints about the Brooklyn Barge. So,
Iris again.
Yeah, I second that complaint.
Does somebody want to approve my report?
Can I
Motion.
ask a question before we approve?
Choose that.
regarding
There's a
Mexico
question. I hear a
2000?
question. Where's that question?
Can you hear me?
I don't know who it is. That's all. I'm asking who it is.
Iris Cabrera.
Iris.
Vicky.
Okay. Okay. There you are.
In Mexico
I hear you,
2000.
Iris. Speak, Iris.
Okay. Okay, this is regarding Mexico 2000. After the last board meeting that we had, that I heard the lady making complaint about the restaurant. I asked basically all of the members of the Block Association, because we normally receive a lot of complaint about restaurants. And I just wanted to say that nobody may complain about the restaurant. I even went to the restaurant and asked them if they have any DJ, because I know that restaurant in the community for a long time, and this is the first time that I hear anyone making complaint. And like I say, we have a meeting every month at the South Street Block Association, and we receive a lot of complaints. Also,
Does the Block Association have a name, Iris?
The South Street Block Association, which is me
Yes, when
every month.
a person shows up from your block association at every meeting saying she's your block association.
She's not for the Black Association. She's for the Honor Association, which is something different.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
So she's the only one who's making complaint about that restaurant. And I just wanted to be fair, because I asked every single one for the South Street Block Association and the people around, and I don't know what is going on. So.
Well, what's the story with their backyard? We understand they're using the backyard of the place next door, and they're out there all hours of the night and stuff like that.
No, I went and I checked. Next day because I wanted to make sure, because I've been on the play before that I never see nothing wrong, and I went and I checked. I don't see a DJ. I don't see anything legal. I told the guy we receive complaint the same way that I told anyone when we receive complaint. I always check the list. I call you and I let you know if I see something wrong. But I don't understand why she said a lot of people making complaint, because I asked a lot around the neighborhood, and I asked all the members of the South People Local Association, and I don't have one complaint about the restaurant. I just wanted to say that.
I would like to speak. This is Gina Barros.
Yeah.
Okay, Gina Barros. If you have a chance, I would also like to speak.
Go ahead, Gina.
Okay, yes, no, I just want to clarify that the person who made the complaint is not the only person making the complaint. It's a complaint that has come before the Liquor License Committee a number of times. And this is not the only person. She's representing a very large group of people, and they happen to live behind Mexico 2000, which is what happens with the people who do come and put in the complaint. It's the people who live behind these outdoor restaurants. So this large group of people are living behind the restaurant. And I can let you know that we're talking, I could give you about 20 people, if you want the number of people who are actually living behind the restaurants. So I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
I never said that she's the only one who making complaint.
She is not the only person.
She's not the only one. I just said that I was surprised because, like I said, I participate in every single meeting of the 90 precinct. I participate in every single meeting of the Section 8, and I never had a complaint. That's why I went and I do my investigation. You guys can.
But she lives. This group of people, this particular group of people, I will ask for a petition because they've been coming to me. They live behind that restaurant. Just for you to know.
We're recommending in our report that we do a negative recommendation to the SLA for their renewal. And what will happen is the SLA will then hold a meeting with them, hopefully, and we can all go and deal with it. But anyway, we're going to go on the. I have a report. We need to vote on the report, and then there's one item that I want to deal with. So, did anybody make a motion to approve my report or not?
Yes, I would like to make the motion to approve the report.
And I second that.
Okay, a motion's been made and second that we approve your report. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
The motion was made by Mr. Bakarowski. Who's the second, please?
It's Lisa Bamonte.
Oh, well, you have 2 seconds.
Oh,
second
sorry.
and third.
Gina and Marie.
Oh, so Tom, the motion is to accept the committee's report as written.
Yes.
Thank you. Gina Argento? No vote. Bogdan Bakarowski?
Yes.
Lisa Bamonte?
Yes.
Lisa votes yes. Thank you. Gina Barros?
Yes.
Gina votes yes. Tian Brooks?
Abstain.
Mr. Brooks abstains. Eric Brusitis?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Eric votes yes. Thomas Burrows? Tom Burrows?
Yes.
Tom votes yes. Iris Cabrera?
Yes.
Iris votes yes. Iris? Iris Cabrera?
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you. Phil Caponegro?
Yes.
Votes yes. Frank Carbone?
Yes.
Frank votes yes. Stephen Chesler?
Yes.
Stephen votes yes. Michael Chirichella? Michael Chirichella? No vote. Teresa Cinciata?
Yes.
Teresa votes yes. Giovanni D'Amato?
No.
Giovanni votes no. Aaron Drinkwater?
Not talking to Jerry.
Aaron Drinkwater? No vote. Arthur Dibinowski? Arthur Dibinowski? No vote.
Yes, yes, yes.
Votes yes. T. Willis Elkins?
No.
Willis Elkins votes no. Julia Amanda Foster? Julia Amanda Foster? Oh, here's Julia. And thumbs up, thumbs down. Thumbs up votes yes. Joel Goldstein? Joel Goldstein, no vote. Joel Gross?
Abstain.
Mr. Gross abstains. Sonia Iglesia? Sonia Iglesia?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
What's your vote, Sonia, please?
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you. Sonia votes yes. Bozina Kaminsky?
Yes.
Bozina votes yes. Moisha Indig? Moisha Indig? No vote. Avram Katz? No vote. William Klagsbold?
Yes.
Yes. William Klagsbold votes yes. Ryan Coonan?
Nope.
Ryan votes no. Yoel Landau? Yoel Landau? No vote. Maria Leanza?
Yes.
Marie votes yes. Abraham Leibovitz? Abraham Leibovitz? No vote. Yoel Lowe? Yoel Lowe? No vote. Trina McKeever? Trina McKeever?
Yes.
Trina votes yes. Sante Michelli?
Yes.
Sante votes yes. Toby Moskowitz? Toby Moskowitz? No vote. Martin Needleman? Martin Needleman? No vote. Rabbi Niederman? Rabbi Niederman? No vote. Karen Yevez? Karen Yevez? No vote. Mary O'Domerick?
Yes.
Mary votes yes. Peterson?
Yes.
Janice votes yes. Dana Racklin?
No.
Dana votes no. Isaac Sofer? Isaac Sofer? Rob Solano? Rob Solano, no vote. James Stewart? James Stewart? Del Teague?
Yes.
Del Teague votes yes. Tommy Torres?
Yes.
Tommy votes yes. William Vega?
Yes.
William votes yes. Maria Vieira?
Yes.
I didn't hear your vote, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Stephen Weidberg? Stephen Weidberg?
Yes.
Stephen votes yes. Simon Weiser? Simon Weiser? No vote. 25 yes, 4 no, 2 abstentions. Motion carries.
Thank you, Jerry.
Just everybody, if there's any particular places that there's an issue and you've made a 311 complaint, you need to send a copy of the complaint number to the board office. Marie reaches out to me, and today we had a complaint about a noisy premises. We were able to make a referral to both the SLA and the precinct, and it's being investigated. That's how we try to deal with these. So make sure you let us know. Mr. Bokarowski and Mr. Dibanowski have one item in this area that they want to bring up.
Yes, maybe I'll start with that. There's the item is based on today's board meeting is the authentic pierogies. What happened with them? They have like a renewal of the license, but they didn't do that because of it. They actually had to file again for the new license. And after talking to them, they told me they want to come in front of us before they go there to SLA. It's just pierogi place. They close at 7 p.m. on a daily basis. No complaints. We gave them the license last year. So my question to the board was if we can approve the motions to accept their license this time.
The applicant is Authentic Pierogi Inc., which is doing business at 592 Manhattan Avenue. My understanding is that it's a father-son situation where the ownership is switching hands, and rather than doing a transfer, they're putting in for a new license. We're on our liquor license for today, but I've heard no complaints, so I think we could easily just make a recommendation to the SLA that we have no objection to them getting a new license. I would make a motion for that.
Yeah, I would like to second the motion.
What is your motion again, Tom? Baras?
It's the pierogi place. It's pierogi. Oh God, I gotta get it right. Authentic Pierogi Inc. at 592 Manhattan Avenue. That we would send a communication to the SLA that we do not oppose them getting a new liquor license.
Well, Dabanowski made the motion. Who seconded?
Joe Gross. Bogdan, I think.
Oh, Joe Gross seconded the motion. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Is anybody opposed to it?
Nobody's opposed to it.
Gina Argento. Bogdan Bokarowski.
Yes.
Lisa Bamonte.
Yes.
Gina Barros.
Yes.
Tion Brooks.
Yes.
Eric Brusitis.
Yes.
Tom Burrows.
Yes.
Iris Cabrera.
What?
Phil Caponegro.
Yes.
Frank Carbone. Frank Carbone.
Yes.
Stephen Chesler.
Yes.
Michael Chirichella. No vote. Teresa Cinciata.
Yes.
Giovanni D'Amato.
This is a roll call vote.
Giovanni D'Amato. Aaron Drinkwater. Aaron Drinkwater. Arthur
Yes.
Arthur Dibanowski.
Yes.
T. Willis Elkins.
Yes.
Julia Amanda Foster.
Yes.
Joel Goldstein. No vote. Joel Gross.
Yes.
Sonia Glacia.
Yes, yes, yes,
Ski.
Yes.
yes.
Endig. Avram Katz. William Klagsbold. Ryan Coonan.
Yes.
Ryan Coonan.
Yes.
Yoel Landau. Yoel Landau, no vote. Marie Lianza.
Yes. Yes.
Abraham Leibovitz. Abraham Leibovitz. No vote. Yoel Lowe. Yoel Lowe. No vote. Trina McKeever.
Yes.
Trina votes yes. Sante Michelli.
Abstain.
Sante abstains. Toby Moskovitz.
Tomorrow.
Toby Moskovitz. No vote. Martin Needleman. No vote. Rabbi Niederman. No vote. Karen Nieves. No vote. Mario Domerick.
Yes.
Mary votes yes. Janice Peterson.
Yes.
Dana Racklin.
Yes.
Yes. Isaac Sofer. Isaac Sofer. Robert Solano. James Stewart. Del Teague.
Yes.
Del votes yes. Tommy Torres.
Yes.
He votes yes. William Vega.
Yes.
William votes yes. Maria Vieira.
Yes.
Maria votes yes. Stephen Weidberg.
Yes.
Stephen votes yes. Simon Weiser. Simon Weiser. Vote. Yes, 1 abstention, motion carries.
Thank you. The next meeting of the SLA DCA committee is going to be on November 24th over WebEx again. If any of you know bar owners or applicants who have issues or concerns, have them reach out to us so we can work on them, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Transportation, Eric. Everybody that's not speaking, please mute your mic.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
So the committee met on Thursday, November 5th. We had a quorum. The first item on the agenda was the Meeker Avenue parking proposal, phase 1 by Department of Transportation. Presenting was the Borough of Parking Operations. 3 representatives from that department came with Rhonda Messer. They ran through a presentation, which we got today and was forwarded around, but there is a YouTube link in the report if anybody wants to follow it. I would suggest you watch the YouTube link for the beginning of it, only because it kind of unpacks some of the stuff that's not readily available in the PowerPoint. Once they finish their presentation, which basically goes into how they plan to, install this metered parking. They explained how they were doing homeless relocation, cleaning of all the debris that's accumulated over the last few months under the BQE. And then it got around to the board. And as everyone's probably aware by now, we're pretty much annoyed with DOT. They sent a notice kind of at the last minute saying that they were going to go ahead with this. But it was clear from the amount of work that's already been done, anyone that's been under there lately that's seen the electrical towers and the new paint markings and the cleanup, as well as those homeless camps. Those of you that know those folks see them on a regular basis. A lot of them have been relocated. This is an idea that's been brewing at the DOT for obviously quite a while. Hard to know how long, but we all know that these things just don't happen, especially when they're dedicating workers to go in and do the kind of invasive work that's been happening down there. So that was the first problem with it, and the reason that we actually had them in for the meeting, because they had no plans to come until we made an effort to get them to come. So there's that, and then the other issue is, as I've presented in many reports, and Karen before me, and this this has been going on. The visioning for this area has been going on since at least 2015 and probably earlier. We had a visioning session with DOT in 2017, September of 2017, where they presented a whole outlook, mostly also on Meeker, but then also under the BQE, where they had these pretty pictures of people playing big chessboards from other applications that they've done around the city in spots like underneath the BQE. And all the visioning that Transportation Alternatives has put together, separate from the board. It's pretty clear that parking has never been something that the community has asked for, wanted, or anyone really thinks we need metered parking. So most of the concerns revolved around that. There were also asking them to justify how they came up with this idea. We'll ask them, what were your metrics for this? And basically there were no metrics because of COVID. They couldn't do a full traffic study. They didn't really do any technical analysis. They just said because new businesses were moving in and they would need turnover to access the businesses. Karen made a point that it's mostly residential. We all know that the uses for under the BQE are largely residential. There are a lot of concerns with among the community with long-term car storage, cars being abandoned under there, and some other issues. Their idea was that if there was turnover, it would make it easier to maintain the space. There was also some conversation about how the metered parking would allow them to keep it cleaner. But Elizabeth Adams from Steve Levin's office made the point that, it shouldn't be, we're going to put in metered parking just to keep it clean. It's like, it's supposed to be kept clean by the Department of Sanitation. But then DOT is also supposed to monitor it with alternate site parking, etc. So it's a plan that's been in the works for a long time, but they didn't have a lot of good answers for any of our questions. That's basically it in a nutshell. It's early, I guess. It's phase one, but they're planning to do this for the whole stretch. Phase one would go from Metro to Lorimer. So that's the 3 blocks. And nobody wants it. So it seemed that now they're willing to work with us, which is very nice of them. Although if we hadn't have had this meeting, they would have just gone ahead and completed it on their schedule. But now they're willing to work with us. So great. Along that line, I just want to make a note that there is a Make Meeker Move meeting happening this Thursday, and I will put the link in the chat. All this to say that they don't need community board support for the program, but we did take a vote as a committee to oppose it formally. So we just need to, I need to ask for a motion to approve the committee's recommendation to, I'll read the motion, sorry. And the link is in the chat for anyone that's interested for the meeting on Thursday. The motion was made by Willis, that Community Board 1 opposes the Meeker Avenue Parking Plan, Phase 1, as proposed, and asks the New York City DOT suspend implementation until they can return with a comprehensive plan that incorporates its previous suggestions of the community. It was seconded by Mr. Vega, and it was unanimously with no objections. There's more in the report. It was an over an hour long conversation, so I will, if you haven't read the chance, I do ask you to go back and take a look at it or watch the meeting. So that was the motion. I guess it requires a letter to DOT, to Commissioner Gray, to voice the concerns of the community. They did say that if the community board does formally oppose it, that they would come back and work with us in a more productive way. So that's why we did this letter. So if anybody would like to make a motion to the board to approve it.
Phil Caponegro, make a motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Who second?
William Blacksburg.
Glasgow? Okay, a motion has been made and second to accept the committee's recommendation. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Gina Argento. Bogdan Bakarowski.
Yes.
Lisa Bamonte.
Yes.
Gina Barros.
Yes.
Tion Brooks.
Yes. Yes.
Eric Brusitis.
Yes.
Tom Burrows. Tom Burrows.
Yes.
Iris Cabrera.
Yes.
Phil Caponegro.
Yes.
Ron Carbone.
Yes.
Stephen Chesler.
Yes.
Michael Chirichella. Teresa Cinciata. Teresa Cinciata. No vote. Giovanni D'Amato.
Yes.
Aaron Drinkwater. Aaron Drinkwater. No vote.
Yes.
Got the,
Tish,
yeah.
how do you vote? Tish?
What happened? Yes.
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 Art Dibinowski?
Yes.
Ms. Elkins? Mr. Elkins?
Yes.
Amanda Foster? Julia Amanda Foster?
Yes.
Thank you. Joel Goldstein? No vote. Joe Gross?
Yes.
Iglesia? Sonia Iglesia?
Yes.
Rosina Kaminsky?
Yes.
Moisha Indig? Avram Katz? William Klagsbold?
Yes.
Ryan Coonan? Ryan Coonan? No vote. Yoel Landau?
Yes.
Ryan votes yes. Yoel Landau? Marie Lianza?
Yes.
Marie votes yes. Abraham Leibovitz? Low? Yoel Low, no vote. Trina McKeever? Trina McKeever? Sante Michelli? Sante Michelli?
Yes.
Thank you. Toby Moskovitz? Toby Moskovitz? No vote. Martin Needleman? Rabbi Niederman? Karen Nieves? Rio Domerick?
Yes.
Janice Peterson?
Yes.
Dana Racklin?
Yes.
Isaac Sofer? Isaac Sofer? No vote. Rob Solano? No vote. James Stewart? No vote. Del Teague?
Yes.
Perez?
Yes.
William Vega?
Yes.
Maria Vieira?
Yes.
Ben Weidberg?
Yes.
Simon Weiser? Simon Weiser? No vote.
Aaron Drinkwater said yes in the chat.
$33, including Ms. Drinkwater. Motion carries.
Thanks, everyone. Second item that needs a vote, Metroline Car Service. We all know them, we love them. They wanted to make a presentation but didn't come, but it's just a base renewal license. We have no complaints, obviously. Karen made the motion, Simon.
We call you tomorrow, okay?
And it was approved unanimously without objection. Need a motion.
I think we missed what you were saying, Eric.
I'm sorry.
We didn't hear what you were saying because somebody else was talking.
Oh, I'm sorry. So it's just a base renewal license for Metroline Car Service, approved unanimously by the committee without objection.
Phil Caponegro will make a motion for that.
I second Bożena Kamiński.
Motion been made and second. Bill, Bozina. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Okay. Correction said last roll call vote. I did include Ms. Drinkwater's vote, so it's 32 yes, 0 no, 0 abstention.
Do we need a roll call for base renewal? Can we just do by acclamation?
I'd rather not.
That's fine. Okay.
Eric, I'm sorry. It's a base renewal for who?
Metroline.
Metroline? Metroline.
Metroline.
Metroline. Yeah, they've been around a long time.
Oh, yeah.
Gina Argento. Bogdan Bakarowski. Bogdan Bakarowski.
Yes, yes.
You only get one vote. Lisa Bamonte.
Yes.
Gina Barros.
Yes.
Tian Brooks.
Yes.
Thank you. Eric Zaitis.
Yes.
Eric votes yes. Tom Burrows.
Yes.
Tom Burrows votes yes. Iris Cabrera.
Yes.
Thank you. Phil Caponegro.
Yes.
Caponegro votes yes. Frank Carbone.
Yes.
Frank, mute your mic.
Go my meeting, please.
Is that Jan Peterson's mic that's open that's playing this lovely music?
Yeah. Was trying to get me for another meeting. Sorry about that.
It's getting late, everybody.
Yeah, I know. Women are last. We know that.
Call vote, ladies and gentlemen. Frank Carbone votes yes. Stephen Chesler.
Yes.
Thank you, Steve. Mike Churchella. No votes. Teresa Cinciata.
Yes.
Teresa Cinciata votes yes. Giovanni D'Amato.
Yes.
Mr. D'Amato votes yes. Erin Drinkwater.
Yes.
Erin votes yes. Arthur Dubinowski.
Yes. Yes.
Dubinowski votes yes. T. Willis Elkins.
Yes.
Mr. Elkins votes yes. Julia Amanda Foster.
Yes.
Joel Goldstein.
You heard me. Hey.
Joel Goldstein. Joel Gross.
Yes.
Gross votes yes. Sonia Iglesia.
Yes.
Sonia votes yes. Bozina Kaminsky.
Yes.
Bozina votes yes. Moisha Indig. Avram Katz. William Klagsbold. Ryan Coonan.
Yes.
Ryan votes yes. Yoel Landau. No vote. Marie Lianza.
Yes.
Marie votes yes. Abraham Leibovitz. No vote. Yoel Lowe. No vote. Trina McKeever.
Yes.
Trina votes yes. Sante Michelli. Mr. Michelli.
Yes. Yes.
Michelli votes yes. Toby Moskowitz. No vote. Martin Needleman. No vote. Rabbi Niederman. No vote. Karen Nieves. No vote. Mary Adamerick.
Yes.
Mary votes yes. Janice Peterson.
Yes.
Janice votes yes. Dana Racklin.
Yes.
Dana votes yes. Isaac Sofer. Isaac Sofer. No vote. Robert Solano. Robert Solano. No vote. James Stewart. James Stewart. No vote. Del Teague.
Yes.
Del votes yes. Tommy Torres.
Yes.
Votes yes. William Vega. William Vega.
Yes.
William votes yes. Maria Vieira. Maria Vieira
Yes.
votes yes. Stephen Weidberg. Stephen Weidberg.
Yes.
Stephen votes yes. Simon Weiser. Simon Weiser. No vote. "31 yes, 0 no, 0 abstention. Motion carries.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you,
Okay,
Eric.
so-
Eric, I would love to take,
Hang on, hang on. So, old business, we talked about, the Open Streets program. You can read the comments in the report. Basically, the takeaway is, we need DOT to let us know what streets are working and which ones aren't. And we need to hear from the mayor's office because this has been since COVID started, it's been a top-down implementation. So we need to hear from the mayor's office. We have community partners. Noel Hidalgo has been really great with coordinating with NYPD and neighbors to maintain different barricades. But there's a lot of confusion with the NYPD, like what they open and they take the barricades away and nobody knows what's going on. Anyway, all this to say that we'll take this up at the next transportation committee meeting, and hopefully we can get NYPD and the mayor's office to come and talk about how we go forward with doing open streets and do it in a way that is a little bit more rational and involves the community more than just saying so-and-so wants one and then it gets discussed. So we need to figure that out. So that's going to be coming up probably at the December meeting. And then new business, is Aaron Cicelli, who lives on North 3rd and River in the new building there by the if you know the arcade section that connects the two parks. So apparently, because the brush trucks can't do a turnaround there are no alternate side regulations. There are no parking regulations at all. So there's a lot of cars that get warehoused over there. There's a lot of abandoned cars. There's a lot of drug use. There's a lot of there's been parties. People show up with their sound systems and just have a big party in the street on River and North 3rd. There's a lot of issues going on. She's been very frustrated. She's worked with the NYPD. She's worked with DOT and sanitation, and she just cannot get a resolution. And her building, it's really disrupting the people that face that section. So it's not in the report, but we did suggest that she do a plaza program with DOT since it's already not really regulated by DOT in a way that most dead-end streets are. And so we'll be working with her, and I've been talking to Ben Solitaire in Steve Levin's office, Councilman Levin's office, to kind of figure this out. There was an email during the meeting about the plaza program, so we'll probably have to take that up at a future meeting for approval. So that's pretty much it. We'll be looking to do a meeting the first week of December, but we'll let you know. Okay, thank you.
thank you, Eric. I'd love to take you up on your comment about having all the votes, yes and no. We have to have an accurate vote to make sure that we have a quorum when we vote. I thank everybody for their patience. I know this is not easy. It's not easy for me, but I thank everybody for their patience. This is the way we should do it, just in case something come up and we have to prove something. Okay? Thank you. Jerry?
Yeah, Eric, I just want to correct, if I may. You stated that the DOT did homeless relocation. I don't believe they did homeless relocation. I believe they did homeless intimidation. I think they went up to these individuals and they told them, leave or else, and they left. There is still homeless encampments underneath the expressway as you go further east. I think it should be noted that they did not follow the proper protocol, which is to bring in homeless services, to bring in Make the Road, because every time we try to meet with homeless services and Make the Road and the precinct to find help for these souls that are living underneath the bridge, we follow the proper protocol. I do not believe DOT followed that protocol at all. I think they just did it by intimidation, and I question their excess tonnage of materials that they took out from under the bridge, because I believe many of this stuff that was taken away and discarded was personal belongings. I mean, I've been after DOT. There's a bike rack on Graham Avenue in Meeker, and right behind the bike rack on DOT property is a homeless encampment. There are 2 individuals living in a tent there, and I've tried to get them help, and DOT has refused to take any action. So again, I don't recall them mentioning homeless relocation, only that they got the homeless to move. There was no intervention with Make the Road or HRA or any service providing agency. Thank you.
That's accurate, Jerry.
That they said they voluntarily left, the homeless people.
Right.
2 businesses that I know that are there commented that NYPD was there, but it wasn't the local precinct. It was another precinct that's in Queens. So I feel those intimidation. You know.
Yeah, they show up with a bunch of goons and a big DOT sanitation truck, a green truck, and they scared the bejeebers out of these people.
Did you have people say that happened?
The next day I actually walked underneath there, and there was one individual who was then living now closer to Manhattan Avenue, because that's what they did. They did the cleanup on that one section, and it basically pushed the problem down the road. I mean, and I guess they were hoping that when they phase in this absolutely to Morgan Avenue, that they'll push all the homeless people out, and these magic white lines they're going to paint as parking spaces are going to stop the illegal dumping. And the illegal dumping is happening not by homeless individuals, by disreputable carters or whomever, because and Giovanni, if you're still with us, we talk on a regular basis about this condition. This is not a homeless derived condition, the dumping. It's a problem.
Well, I didn't need to suggest that either.
No, not you did, but I think DOT was like, oh, well, we'll paint the lines, we'll put up new lighting, and it'll be heaven on earth underneath the expressway, and nobody will dump anymore. It was sad. And also, if they're so willing to work with us, and for those board members who don't know, first we got an email saying, hey guys, we're doing this whether you like it or not, and we don't need community board approval. Then, and I forget his name, it was Michael something, one of the deputies that showed up at the meeting that oversees organized parking for DOT, said, oh, wait, we could talk about this. We'll work with you. But in the meantime, Ms. Messer did not withdraw her email saying, we're doing it anyway. All we have is DOT speaking out both sides of their mouth saying, well, we'll work with you. Oh, but we're going to do it anyway. Oh, in the meantime, you don't need community board approval. So what is it? You know, we haven't heard from them since. I think they only backed off because they saw the strong opposition that the committee had, you know, and several members of your committee were very vocal on this, Mr. Elkins, and there was other people from the elected officials. They were very, very vocal. Not to forget that Assemblyman Lentil sent a very strong letter to Commissioner Bray saying that he vehemently opposed it. But anyway, thank you to the committee, and thank you, Eric, for a job well done.
Thank you, George, for championing the issue.
Thank you, Jared. Thank you, Eric, for all the work you're doing on this, because the homeless issue is it's a very hard problem, and the city need to find a place for people to have shelter. Thank you
This will
so much.
likely be on the December meeting calendar as well, the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the work you're doing on this. Parks, Phil?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had our meeting on October 30th. We fell short of a quorum. On the agenda was the McCarran Park House. And as you can see, if you've passed by, you can see that now there's a construction fence going up. It's completed up around the facility. They're going to begin renovations on it. This proposal came to us last October. We voted against it with recommendations. They met most of our recommendations they addressed, and they moved forward on it anyway. And Tom, this is a little caveat for you. It seems that because it's a concession, not a capital project, they don't need board approval to move forward on it. So they came to us. We still have a little issue with the maintenance building that's adjacent to the facility, but let's hope it turns out to be a win-win for the community.
But we required, when they opened the taco, whatever it is, in Domino Park, that they had to design their space in a way that alcohol didn't go strolling into the park.
Right.
So they haven't presented to us, and I don't think that's part of their plan. They're just gonna have people sitting on the lawn drinking, so.
Yeah, Tom, that was one of our problems, our recommendations with them. Their answer to us is they're going to be, multiple signage up, and we would have liked to see some security people there, but I don't know if that's
The
the cost.
fire put up planters and things like that,
Yeah.
so it was sort of defined space.
Right. Well, they'll be coming to you, so we'll have to see, Tom.
I know.
Okay.
Phil, I just want to say we took issue with the fact that it's purely a concession project because they're creating an addition to the building, which they call it an accessory building. We call it a garage. So it's making a drastic alteration to the park. So we took issue with that.
Yeah.
We oppose that. We just feel like we understand we want to make parks workers' lives easier, but not at the expense of the park itself.
And one more thing, the last thing, which I'll keep at our upcoming meetings, we've asked the parks to please give us a list of all the capital projects that are being delayed because of the pandemic. So we'll hope to have that list by our next meeting so we can see what moving forward, what dates are, how much the delays are. So we want to stay on top of it. And that's it, Madam Chair. No vote today. No vote.
Thank you so much, Phil.
Thank you.
Women's issues, Jan?
I'm working up now. Anyway, key points, very quickly, is that we have sent on the COVID people that we are honoring have been sent on to Lental's office, who's going to give awards to each of them. And we sent out that list before, so I'm not going to read it. We have begun to work with a group that wrote the community board office called Monumental Women, who put up the first statue of women in 167 years in Central Park, the one that had this is the 100th anniversary of the right to vote. So you had Sojourner Truth and Susan Anthony and Elizabeth Cady Stanton. And we've started to talk with them because they plan to do work across Brooklyn, and they're working precisely with community boards to bring this, how do we improve the visibility of what women have done in our own parks and communities. So we started to talk with them. But mainly, we've been on, one of the big issues that came up is that people are laying out the issues around childcare, the senior centers, like Bodina's, they're not open. Seniors Marie works with seniors, in some of these recognition, the seniors are getting pretty depressed. They've been shut in for a very long time. And the school issues are problematic because parents are trying to debate between the blended school and the fully remote and how to orchestrate all this. So all I want to say for these things, we've started the conversation. We're looking deeper. That's why we don't want cuts in daycare, and we want to restore these senior centers, even if they're being masked and people are being safely distanced. They could do it, and maybe we need to look at parks and other places that there's a time where seniors go and not have other age people. I don't know. We need some planning and some idea about how to deal with the fact that people can't stay shut in another whole year. And I think so. We're beginning to think about that. The violence issue, mainly where we come to, and this is why I talked to Tom, is that we come down to the issue. We know there's more violence. There's more children being abused. There's things happening in the home, but we don't know what. We don't know how much and where. So right now we need information. It's like Tom is saying about the liquor licenses. If you don't have the information, you know what's going on, but you can't, put out resolutions without understanding. So that's why we will join him with the meeting with the police, because we need to get this data, and with the people working on violence against women. The other thing, last maybe, is that we're saying that information about what's available to people for COVID. The city sends out regular updates, but we have how many CDCs? We have 4 CDCs in the Greenpoint community. There's no reason, and it doesn't, that they cannot put out some joint information about what's available to people around coronavirus. They can work together. They work together on trying to save housing and stop eviction, but they have information. They're all involved. Like Estonia, right? We got St. Nick's. We got all these groups, and we just need, people were saying over and over, they don't have clear information about what's really available to them. I think and also I should say that issues of caregivers, when I say seniors, it's like the situation with Titch. There are a lot of people shut in where they have Alzheimer's family members, they have sick family members. There's no supports. So that is what we are trying to deal with and with some understanding on. I think that's it. I think that's enough for this time of the night.
Yeah, Jan.
Remember, it was women, and certainly African-American women. I want to give you praise, Dallas, with the last election and what this country would be like if we didn't have the leadership of African-American women who led the way. I want to say that. Obviously, the activists were there, but when you look at Georgia and you look at other places, so I just wanted to put it out. So we do have to take these areas that we normally don't deal with, but deal with them, because we can't start getting cuts in these services and not build services that we need. And one of them, Tommy, I'm bringing up, so I will close with this, is that Woodhull Hospital has talked for a long time about trying to have decentralize its work with seniors regarding nutrition and health and recreation. I think now's the time to get the senior centers together with Woodhull and talk about what a plan would be, because that might be some of the answer. Thank you. Okay, Dallas, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you for the comment on Black people, Jan. I appreciate it. Question. I haven't seen a list of the honorees that you say you sent to Lenthal's office. Is this going to be a board? Is this going to be a board initiative or Lenthal initiative?
This is a board initiative that they said they would be willing to give the awards on. I sent it. Marie has it in the office, so we can send it to you again if it's not there. But we sent it.
I haven't seen it, and I don't think the board members saw it either.
Okay, listed them all at the last time I gave a report. Can I give you the list tomorrow and it gets sent out to everybody?
That would be appreciated. Thank you so much.
Jan,
No,
I have not seen the list.
I,
There was talk of a list, but I've never seen the
well, it
final
was
list.
on my minutes. It was at the bottom of my minutes, but I'll give it to you. Definitely sent there. And I want to close is that we are begging, our committee is begging for us to get Zoom and have Zoom for meetings. People are all saying that we don't need to keep on with this WebEx. Every community board is now doing Zoom, and it's so much easier for people. So I'll give you lists if you give me Zoom back.
Jan, we never had Zoom.
No, but we're going to get it because it's better and ideal. All of us are on Zoom every day. Everybody on this board are on Zoom calls. And this WebEx is a problem for many people. Besides, other people can't participate. You know, that could be if it was Zoom. So I just want to say that the board review, if the executive board could review the issue and see what they think, which is, it's better for participation. But I will deal with sending you again the list tomorrow, again from me, and maybe it's something happened. But Maria and I will deal with that tomorrow. But we definitely want it to be a board thing. And I read them all at one board meeting when I gave a report. I read them publicly. Okay.
May I finish now?
Sure, you can always.
Okay, I got the floor now. Jan, every board does not have Zoom. The only boards that I know is dealing with Zoom is the borough president, Gail Brewer in Manhattan. I got kicked out of a meeting. I couldn't chair the meeting. I was furious. I brought it up at the borough board meeting. It went up the food chain. It came back down the food chain. They will only allow us to use Google Meets and some other ones. Whatever we use, we will have to pay for it. And I don't think it's in our budget to pay for it. Whatever, they gave us 2 that we could choose from, but we will have to pay for it. And I don't think we can afford it.
So I just want to say CB9 has their meeting tonight. It's on Zoom and it's streaming on Facebook Live.
And who's that speaking, Dana?
Yep.
Well, I know nothing about it. As far as I'm told, all the borough boards are supposed to use WebEx because that is what the borough president is paying for. If they got it, they're paying for it out of their own budget. And they did not tell me that Zoom was approved. Zoom is not approved for community boards in Brooklyn. And that came from the deputy borough president.
Madam Chair, can I interrupt
Yes.
you a minute?
Yes.
Can you hear me? There was somebody asking a question.
Okay.
I finally got a question through. I finally got it. It was nothing before it. Regarding don't know who this question should go to, but is there any more talk about closing Bedford by the park and the triangle next to Manhattan? Someone was just hit there. You guys hear me?
We hear you.
So I don't know who that goes to, but they said someone was hit there. Was it a car hit? I don't know, but that was the question.
Sonia,
Yes.
it's Eric.
Hi, Eric. They said don't know who this question should go to. It's
Yeah,
Jordan.
Well, Eric is transportation.
Oh, yes, Jordan S. Epstein that asked the question.
Okay, yeah, so because of when all the rerouting happened before we thought they were going to shut down the L, we've had this intersection on the agenda a few times. I've had a couple emails about it from some of the stakeholders in that area. We're going to take it up. Erin has also reached out to me concerned about it. There is a Daily News article today about the driver of the truck. And I encourage people to look it up, but we'll be taking it up at the next transportation meeting.
Okay, thank you, Eric. I don't know if Mr. Epstein is still around, but thank you.
Okay, thanks, Sonia.
Okay, Elkins, I saw everybody talking about the different boards that's using different things. Like I said, I brought this issue up with the borough board. The only thing that they told us that we were allowed to use was Google Voice and Microsoft Teams. And if we use either one of those, we will have to pay for it. So I don't know what other boards are doing, where they're getting the money from, how they paying for it. But they cut our budget this year. So we're doing the best we can with this. And believe me, I'm just as sick of WebEx as anybody else. Okay, moving right along, Parks Departments as read. I don't know if Mary is here. She got anything she need to highlight? Apparently not. Okay, public session. I think we have one speaker for public session. Mr. Rubio, is he still here? Paul Rubio? No?
Let me try to find him, okay?
Okay.
He was here earlier, but I don't know if he's still here. Oh. Mr. Rubio?
I don't know if you guys can hear me. Hello.
Mr. Rubio? Yes.
Yeah, I'm still here. How you guys doing?
Good, sir.
Not a problem. I don't want to hold you guys up. You've had a very long meeting, and I don't want to be the reason to stop anybody from going to bed tonight, so I'll try to be as brief as possible.
Thank you.
Again, my name is Raul Rubio. I am with the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. I'm one of the community coordinators that's working with their mental health initiatives. I just wanted to make an announcement. I think I just popped it into the chat. We are coordinating mental health COVID virtual presentations. My unit used to do the mental health first aid, but the city kind of put that on hold because they wanted to do kind of work a little bit more specifically with what we're dealing with as far as like COVID, particularly now that the city is continually moving to becoming less restrictive and opening up, even though we're kind of reevaluating that because of the surges that are happening. So what we've been conducting are conversations about mental health and resilience. So the DeKalb Library and the Bushwick Library, which is in Williamsburg, is kind of combined to be able to host a training that's coming up on November 9th at 3:30 in the afternoon. It is a free 1-hour virtual training. The link for it is in the chat. Again, this is one of the conversations. Like I said, it's a community conversation. It's kind of it's a 1-hour presentation, so it's not the in-depth 8 hours that we had done before, but it is kind of a conversation starter to get people to understand a little bit about what COVID might be doing to the mental health of our citizens. I mean, it's a universal thing. It's happening all over the country, so we wanted to deal with making awareness about anxiety, grief, self-care, and some of the resources that are available to the city, and even like some of the apps that are out there that are particularly targeting helping people kind of like with mindfulness and meditation. So again, it is a free presentation. It is also only an hour, happening on the 19th, which is Thursday coming up. It's open to everybody in the community. So anybody can attend. You just have to click on follow the link that's there. You can probably go onto the library's website and also see the link for it. That's pretty much it. I just wanted to make sure to get the word out because we're trying to put this information in the hands of as many people as possible. It's a little bit difficult now because you can't do the same kind of outreach. So we're kind of hoping that you guys might be able to use your network to be able to get that information out to the community. I sit on the board for Bushwick. I'm the second vice chair, so I'm doing my end on the Bushwick side to make sure to get the word out to our local community partners. But I also definitely want to extend it into Williamsburg to support the library over there on Siegel. That's pretty much it. That's it. I'm sorry. I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Can you get that information to the board office so we can distribute it in the district?
Well, I know when I sent the email to request to speak, it was all in the email as well as the flyer. So if you need me to send that again, I can.
Okay, well, we'll send it out to the community.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, next is the electeds. Mr. Edward Cerno from the mayor's office. Sorry that everybody got to stay here so late. Edward, you still here?
I am. Let me see if okay, I can't turn on video, but I am here. Hi, everyone. Edward Cerno, Brooklyn Borough Director for the Mayor's Office.
Hi.
Hello. I just wanted to say a couple things. My job is sort of not to get into back and forth with people and definitely not to argue. It is to sort of convey information and, you know, try to respond to community's needs as best as possible. So I've heard a lot of like the frustration and concern that's coming from the board insofar as like homelessness issues, and I hear you loud and clear. But my understanding, having checked in with Yuri Sanchez, who is the Brooklyn director for DSS, is that Breaking Grounds is engaging a lot of these folks underneath the BQE constantly, but they haven't been that receptive in coming in to accept services. So just wanted to clarify that Breaking Grounds and the city are engaging these folks, but it's just been, you know, we haven't had the success.
Go for it, Dana.
That being said, if I may finish, that being said, the position of this administration is very clear. We do not believe that sending somebody with a gun to clear these encampments is a solution. We want to provide services and engage them, and that is sort of tied into one of the announcements that was made today, that the city is creating mental health teams that is going to be in conjunction with NYPD and Department of Health. But that's going to basically, by next year, have these teams respond primarily to 911 health cause of mental health issues. And the needle issue is a separate thing that, you know, deals with, it is interagency, and happy to have that conversation. My understanding that there was some cleanup that took place. I heard some of the stuff that I'm going to be taking back today about how that took place, because I, quite frankly, am not too familiar with how it did take place. I just know that it was clean. But again, our position from the administration is we want to offer these folks as much services as possible and hope that they come in. We're going to continue to do that work, and you know, that's sort of what I wanted to contribute to that conversation. Also, if anyone needs, you know, mental health, all of us have gone through trauma, both felt and experienced. You can call 888 NYC Well. The Department of Health now switching to sort of COVID response, launched a new data page that's you know, much more responsive and up to date and granular with what it's displaying. Encourage folks to go on there. But as the mayor also announced, percentages are increasing, and we need to be mindful heading into the holidays that we still need to maintain the core four, which is to stay home if you're showing symptoms, practice good hand hygiene, maintain social distance, and wear your face coverings. And if you need any connection to food services or hotel space so you can successfully quarantine, you can call 212-268-4318, which is the test and trace hotline. I guess lastly, I just want to follow up on one of the questions that was posed to me last month and that was raised on this call too, which is the DIFTA and the reopening of senior centers. I'm told that at this time, the Department of Health has advised against, or rather has advised that senior centers should remain closed.
Tom, please mute your mic, please. Sorry, Edward.
Sure. The city will continue to monitor trends against key COVID thresholds set for priority populations, and then they will determine when to begin implementing a phased-in reopening plan. Again, these reopening plans will likely include some of the stuff that we already seen when you go to other federal buildings, which is conducting a daily health screening and doing temperature checks. But again, in the meantime, the centers are providing programming through virtual and remote. Again, I hear the frustration and you know, the concern about how seniors, you know, need to get out there and engage. But again, this is also, it's on the backdrop of the health pandemic that, you know, is sort of shutting down everything. one last thing that I just recalled that I wanted to add onto the homelessness piece of the concern of the cold weather. The mayor does designate a code blue once temperature drops significantly. And when that does happen, outreach teams are sent out to bring folks into shelter. So again, here, a lot of the concern. I also picked up on the open street stuff, which I'm following up on as well, and I'm having internal conversations about. I don't want to be premature with any announcements, but we are engaging some stakeholders, and I'm told that we will, come back to the board. So again, I'm the mayor's representative in this community. I am listening. I do take some of these things back, but they're delineated. They go into buckets. Sanitation is a sanitation issue. Mental health is a mental health thing, and insofar as homelessness issues, we are engaging folks. Thank you.
So Edward Dialis, may I ask a question?
Yes.
So Edward, hi, this is Dana Racklin. I'm a member here. So a few things, not to be combative, but let's talk. So we're not going to be combative. Let's talk about conveying information. Breaking Ground receives large contracts. In order to get those contracts, they have to present work that they're doing. So what we're asking for is not for you to come here and tell us that you've heard that Breaking Ground is engaging with people under the BQE. What we want to know is, in their case management, how many touches are they doing per day? Are those, of those touches, how many of those people convert into going into transitional housing or into regular housing or whatever other services they need? Of those, how many go into permanent housing? Of those, how many come back to the streets? We need measurable outcomes to ensure that Breaking Ground is doing what they say that they're doing in order to receive the large government funding that they're getting. So that's first information. Second information is, to say that you're coordinating with NYPD means absolutely nothing. There's no operational orders. There's no memorandums of understanding. There's nothing that has been presented to demonstrate that there's an actual partnership that allows for a logistical change in the way that officers or Breaking Ground or anybody else deals with people that are houseless or experiencing homelessness in a short period of time. So is the mayor going to, and the NYPD, going to present a plan or operations orders or a memorandum of understanding that says this is what that partnership will look like, and these are the expected outcomes, and this is how we're measuring it? Like, the days of us just having these same conversations over and over again is nonsense. We need to be able to measure what people are doing. So the information that we need is not a hotline number or, we're planning on doing outreach. The information we need is how effective is the outreach that you're currently doing.
Well, I would also add, homelessness is not a crime. So insofar as in NYPD's role, if someone does not want to come in,
I don't think that homelessness is a crime, which is exactly why I'm asking you, when Breaking Ground, not the NYPD, when Breaking
I
Ground
second everything that Dana said.
what
No,
happened?
and I hear
If
you.
you're
At the time, one at a time.
if
And
you're a
if I-
case manager in the courthouse, right? And I'm working on domestic violence, let's say, I have to demonstrate to the funders that I worked with X amount of domestic violence survivors. Of that X amount, certain people moved on to services, other people moved into a shelter. We have no way to quantify any of the work that you're doing. You have to be able to give us some case management here so that we could say with confidence that Breaking Ground is doing everything possible to support the people living under the BQE and elsewhere. That is what we're saying. And those numbers are not something that should be hard for you to find, because how is Breaking Ground reporting to the government agent? How is Breaking Ground reporting to get their contract fulfilled?
on the data piece,
Can I add a point in there?
if I may, on the data piece,
Let's let Edward finish his question.
Okay.
Finish his comment.
I just want to
I was
add that on
adding
the
on
data
this.
piece, I'm happy to take that request back, and I will touch base with Yuri first thing tomorrow to see if we can get you some of that for sure.
We've been asking for those specific numbers since last year.
This is
the
the first time I
NYPD.
hear it, so I
The
would ask that you.
NYPD can report on every single number, every call that they get, everything. I am not saying that this should be handled by the NYPD. In fact, I'm saying let's demonstrate that Breaking Ground and other people that get government contracts to deal with homelessness can actually do the work.
Is Miss Drinkwater still on the line? Aaron, are you still on the line?
Yes, I am on the line. I will work with Edward. I would point the board. The agency does submit regular quarterly reports on our street homeless engagement and activities. It is not broken down to the degree that you're talking about by provider, but I think would provide some useful context for this group. I know that Yuri Sanchez has provided information at a more granular level about some of the engagements, but I'm happy to come back.
So
Mary
Erin,
can
if you're
follow
saying
up.
it's if you're saying
Dana,
it's
let her
not broken
finish. Dana, please
My
let her
hand is
finish her
raised.
sentence.
My hand is raised.
I know, but Miss Drinkwater was speaking.
Because we've heard these same excuses for years and years.
We all heard it, but we can't sell it tonight. If we don't listen, we won't find out what to do about it. So, Miss Drinkwater, would
We
you
have a
like to
meeting on
finish?
December 3rd. They better show up.
Miss Drinkwater, how do you know if somebody that's employed by Breaking Ground is engaging with people under the BQE or if they're sitting at Charlotte Patisserie having coffee all day?
So our outreach teams have scheduled shifts that they go to particular areas and hotspots. And part of their work is to engage clients that they come across in those hotspots and work with them to bring them inside and connect them to services. As it relates to what the staff are doing, there are the contractual obligations that Breaking Ground has. Excuse me. For them and the management of their teams.
Thank you, Miss Drinkwater. Elkins, I think you had your hand up. Elkins?
Yeah, thank you. I don't want to take away from this conversation, but this community board has sent multiple letters now regarding the pipeline that's being constructed through Bushwick and Williamsburg. And the mayor's office has come out with very strong language about how they oppose new fossil fuel infrastructure, and they have the power to deny the permits, yet they are not doing that. So my question to the mayor's office is, what are we doing? How can you reconcile saying one thing and then allowing this construction to happen, especially against such strong objections from the community members?
I appreciate the question, Willis. I'm gonna have to bring that back to the office and sort this out. It's not the first time I hear the issue, though. My apologies.
You've heard it so many times. We gotta solve this.
Especially since the pipeline is continuing to be built.
Is there any more questions for Edward? Edward, are you finished?
Yes, ma'am.
Cialis?
Yes.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
Regarding the older adults, I understand about safety. I mean, not just as a community board member, but I'm also the program director of a senior center. And I found that after the summer months, the older adults were getting outrageous Con Edison bills. I need to know who to reach out to. They were in some kind of level billing plan. It turns out by October, they were getting $300 and $400 bills from Con Edison, and they don't use remote or they don't do the phones. They show up in person to my center, and it's frustrating and it breaks my heart that Con Edison would do that. Who can I reach out to help me with these older adults and these crazy bills? I mean, $300 and $400 through a level billing plan. Edward, what is it?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just writing some of this down. Maybe we can take this offline. My email is ecerna@cityhall.nyc.gov. And
Too quick.
I'll put it in
That
the
was
chat.
too quick.
I'll put it in the chat if
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Have a good night and be safe and be well.
You too. And yeah, that's all for my report or my presentation. Wishing everybody happy holidays.
Thank you so much, Edward. Have a happy Thanksgiving. Jonathan from the District Attorney's Office, are you still here? Jonathan?
Dallas, I don't see him in the attendee list.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay. Is there any old business? Is there any new business?
Yeah, I have new business. This is Ryan.
Yes, Ryan.
I have a question. What is the procedure for getting items before the executive committee to get them on the full agenda?
Send an email to the board office and tell us you want to present.
Any person from the community and then any member can do that, right?
Well, sometimes members just want to make an announcement.
I know. I'm just concerned that like we have this pipeline being built against, and like tonight our main presentation wasn't from pipeline presenters, but was about textile recycling. Like it just didn't seem very immediate to our community, and like I didn't even understand. I literally didn't really understand the point of it. But I know the pipeline people want to present. I know that I often hear all sorts of people. So I'm just curious, how do we get like a more open and transparent process onto how people in the community get stuff before to be on the agenda and how the agenda is picked? I mean, I saw the executive committee report this time because I looked up to see how this item got its way on. I see it was everyone voted in favor. I see that there was no other items before you. So my question is like, how do people know the process to get items before you? What's the formal
The procedure is anybody the executive board, you send a request to the office. When we have our executive board meeting, we sit down, we go over the items and we decide who goes on the agenda. And we only have one item on there. And like we said, if other stuff come in after we've done the agenda, we'll decide whether it should go on there. I thought we would be out of here at 8 o'clock with one item. We had one request to be on the agenda when we had our executive board meeting. Anybody that wants to be on the agenda, send an email to the office and ask to be on the agenda and tell us what they want to present.
Okay.
Is there any other questions? Any other new business, old business?
Yeah, yes, Madam Chair, thanks. Yeah, just following up on Willis, Edward, I see you're still here, that the board sent a letter to the mayor, basically saying, demanding that not issue permits for the pipeline and to shut it down. And I don't believe the board has received a response. So if you could see about obtaining one, that would be great.
Yeah, hear you, Mr. Chesler. I would, and for all board members and board staff, I haven't received I don't get a copy of these letters, and I'm not sure where the board is sending them to. But if folks forward it to me, I'm happy to follow up on them.
Is there any other questions, any other statements, any comments?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
This is Willis. I just, I realize this is a really difficult time to do meetings, and we faced a lot of, trouble with, the elections and getting this going. And obviously there's still contention about, what platforms we should be using. This isn't a criticism of anybody in particular, but, I think we as a community board are really not doing the job of engaging with the community. I mean, right now we have 12 attendees, and throughout this meeting we had as many as 20, maybe 25. And, imagine going to a full board meeting and there's only 20 other people in the room outside of community board members. I think that we need to find a better way to engage with the community. I mean, we have all sorts of major issues that are happening, and I think the committees are doing a really good job of trying to discuss those things, like the Open Streets program, like homelessness, all the stuff that we've heard about. But it just seems like so much is happening in the neighborhood, and yet the full community board meetings aren't reflective of what's happening in the reality. And so I don't know. I think that we all need to sort of find a way to better engage the larger community on the more important issues that are happening.
We've tried, this is trial and error. We're working with this the best we can. It's on our website. The meetings are posted. Everything is on the website like it always was. We even put a notice on there that anybody want to speak, to send us an email, to sign up to speak. This way we'll know you're speaking, you come to the meeting. We're trying to do all the outreach that we normally reach does. And with all the stuff with the website and stuff, we try to make sure that it will accommodate over 100 people, because this is what, we tell them. We got a large constituency that attends our meeting. So we would try to make sure that the website had the capacity in case we had people to attend. We got it on our website. That's why I asked chairpersons, anybody, you giving a report, let me know. I don't want to be fumbling around wondering who's doing what. I got a list. I know who's giving a report. I call them. We got a list of people that sign up to speak, and we call on them. Everything is on the website like it always was. The only thing it is virtual.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Justin.
Just following up with that, but I just wonder if we, that's really good, but I just wonder if we could go further, either with email lists, and other boards that have email lists. They send out blasts regularly, and social media, Facebook or otherwise, just to, extend further to people during the hard times.
Well, it's not our fault that people are not attending. It's on our website. WebEx has the capacity to hold 1,000 people. It's on our list. If people want to get on our list, if you know somebody that want to attend the meetings and get the emails that we send out to the community, all you have to do is tell them to send their email contact information to the office, and we'll put them on the list, because we have a list that goes to the community. If anybody else got any other suggestions?
No, there was just a message I saw on the chat now, and again discussing about how unfriendly is WebEx, and so definitely, I know you said that, Madam Chair, before about the Zoom and the difficulty of that, but definitely, again, I had people commenting for other issues. Somebody was afraid of licensing my neighbor, and definitely it's kind of discouraging. So hopefully, I understand the difficulty, but the platform is definitely not very democratic, and it's a real issue. It's a real issue for ourselves. It's difficult to interact, but the physical presence is fundamental. So even imagine when a community, a member of the community came to demonstrate, to express the voice, that had a weight, right? And on the community board, gave a sense of a community, and now we don't have that. And really the question is, how can we replicate? I believe there is no cost, because if we don't do this, we're not doing the job. We're not a democratic platform. So if we really, should have priority, whatever it takes. And everybody, even in New York City, I saw there was another event of city planning is on Zoom. They don't use WebEx. So the same agency that come to present with difficulty with a task, they use a different platform. That's all.
There's a background noise. What I'd like for people to do, all the people that's telling me that other boards are using other virtual features, find out how did they get around not doing the mandate that we had to use WebEx, and how are they paying for it, or if they're paying for it. You're saying everybody else is using all these other virtual means? I'd like for y'all to find out how they got it, why they're not following the borough president's orders, and how they're funded if they're paying for it themselves. Because like I said, I brought it up in a meeting, and they told me two that we could use, and we would have to pay for it. The borough president is only paying for WebEx. So if we got 18 boards in Brooklyn, if other boards are using Zoom, somebody got to tell me how they're using it.
No, but my question is our community board has a zero fund? I believe I wasn't part, I was a member of this community board, but I had understanding a community board has spent money for other things that would cost far more than enrolling on Zoom and allowed us, you know, to create a platform where people could participate, both us, you know, with certain function and the public. You know,
But like I said, WebEx has the capacity to accommodate 1,000 people. There's people can't get on WebEx. Can you turn your mic off, please? If people can't get on WebEx and they want to attend, they can always call in. Somebody want to get on the list, they want to speak, they want their name on the mailing list, call the office. I'm doing the best. I'm doing the best I can here, folks. I can't, you know, I'm everything y'all tell me something is wrong. I'm trying to do the best I can.
Hi, Madam Chair. I know we all want to go because I'm tired also. I had made a comment about Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. 90% of us on this page have our own account. And we're making a big stink about not being involved as community board members. Put the meeting on your page. Also, Madam Chair, is community board one allowed to make their own Facebook page, Twitter page, and Instagram page? If so, if that's possible, maybe that's another way of outreaching people in the community. And someone made a comment about this community not knowing this board exists. This board has existed for many years, and folks know we do exist. Might be you newcomers that don't know we exist, but we exist and we've been here a minute. So can you find out if the chair community board one is allowed to have a Facebook page, an Instagram page, a Twitter page? Maybe someone wants to take control of that and outreach to the people that are complaining that they can't find us.
Well, you know,
I can put this meeting on my Facebook and Twitter page. If that's what people are complaining about, I have quite a few following.
Well, you know, with the community boards, other than the public session, the attendees only observe. That's it. You get to speak in the public session. Otherwise, you observe it. So like I said, y'all check these things out. Get back to us. Let us know. We'll look into it. Is there anything else?
How about we write a letter to the borough president's office on behalf of the entire board requesting that we move from this platform onto Zoom?
And like I said, I've already taken it to the borough board, and this is what they came back with.
This is Erin. I raised my hand. I would say if the funding is the issue, if we can raise tens of thousands of dollars for holiday lights through community fundraising, I think we certainly could take up an opportunity to raise funds to have a better platform and better community engagement.
Okay, Erin, you want to set up a fundraiser?
To look into it and figure out details on it.
Okay, look into it. Get back to us and let us know if we need to do a fundraiser. You know, but like I said, they only gave us 2 that we could use.
Dallas, I think this is Bożena Kamiński. I have you buy an account for 1 year with Zoom, and you can have as many meetings as you can. I think the cost is $140 something, and this is how my organization has the meetings. And we are planning to have a meeting with all the members. We have a large number of members in December, and we're also gonna have it on Zoom. So, I mean, the cost is maybe not as so expensive. It's just if that's gonna be okay with, that we're not gonna step on anybody's toes and that not doing something right that we're supposed to do.
Okay, thank you, Bożena. the board, the borough president's office told us that we could use Google Voice and Microsoft Teams. So if somebody want to look into that, and that way, Aaron, you're raising funds, you know how much it costs, how much we have to pay. They only gave us 2 websites to use. That's Google Voice and Microsoft Teams. Is there anything else?
Can we say goodnight?
I'd love to if nobody else has anything they'd like to say.
Put it on next year's budget. Let's go home.
Second that. Okay, I would like to wish everybody a happy, healthy Thanksgiving and enjoy yourself, and let's all sit down, relax, and have a nice meal and decompress and and hopefully when we all come back, don't forget when you come to community board meetings, bring your patience. That's all I ask. Bring your patience.
And sense of humor. Happy
Pardon me?
Thanksgiving, everyone.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Okay.
Happy.
Thank you.
Holiday, everyone, and thank you for voting.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Second it.
Thank you. Good night, everybody. Have a happy Thanksgiving.
Bye. Good night.
Good night.